I'm not pulling anything. I just wanted to give her a hard.
I have a question about 511.
Let
Good morning, Christopher.
me take a look at it here. I forget which one that is.
Asking them.
You'll have a
I
minute,
have
but
to
we're
look at
ready.
the agenda to see exactly what it does say early in the
Oh,
year.
we're ready.
So maybe it's.
All right, good morning, everybody, and welcome to the October 21st, 2025 Board of Supervisors meeting. And we'll call this meeting to order here at 9 o'clock. As customary, we'll start out with our moment of silence. And we'll start off with Vice Chair Rasmussen.
Yes, back on October 7th, we did a moment of silence for the Reach medical air helicopter that crashed on Highway 50 in Sacramento on October 6th. And today, since that time, we have learned that the flight nurse, Susie Smith, passed away from injuries sustained in that accident. She was in healthcare for 50 years as a nurse, with 21 years serving Reach in Northern California. And so I wanted to ensure that we did a moment of silence for her today.
All right. Supervisor Pyska?
Yeah, Paul Borghesani passed away in Kelseyville. He was part of a longtime family here and was an accomplished sportsman, athlete, entrepreneur. But Paul said he would likely, this is from his obituary, would likely agree that being a proud father to his daughter Madeline eclipsed his other endeavors. His brother Mark says Paul never tired of talking about Madeline and her successes at school and in sports. He loved Madeline with all of his heart and soul, and he was very proud of her. Paul is survived by his brother Mark, sister Laura Borghesani, and daughter Madeline Borghesani. And this was a difficult loss for the Kelseyville community, so I want to dedicate the moment of silence to Paul, his family, and Madeline, who I had the absolute pleasure of teaching for many years at Cobb School. So this is a hard loss.
Supervisor Sabatier?
Yes, thank you. Recently, I don't have a specific date, but recently, it was actually 2 Thursdays ago, we were told that Janice Cooper had passed away. I knew Janice Cooper from being at the Thursday Judges Breakfast. She would be there, as well as her husband, Mark. Janice was a speech therapist who came with Mark from South San Francisco to Clear Lake to start their practice here. She was the first speech therapist in the Canocta Unified School District, and eventually became a teacher and retired in 2002. The Cooper family, including Janice, have always been community members that are active in their community, helping out with fundraising for nonprofits, and just a overall very caring family for the community that they live in. Especially Janice, who was probably one of the sweetest ladies I have ever met in my life. She welcomed me in her home to show me her Christmas decorations, which was absolutely the most fantastic decorations I've ever seen from the collection she has been collecting all throughout her life. But she will be missed, and I hope that we can hold her in our memories and thoughts in today's moment of silence.
Vice Chair Rasmussen, can you lead us in the pledge?
Yes. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. Item 4, consideration of extra items not appearing on the posted agenda. Do we have any?
Chair, we have no items.
No items. Consent agenda will be next. As you know, as customary, the consent agenda is filled with non-controversial items. However, if there's questions, we can pull one from either the Board of Supervisors or from the public. Is there anyone on the board that would like to pull a consent agenda item? Not hearing any, we'll open it up to the public. Is there anyone from the public that would like to pull a consent agenda item? Anyone on Zoom? All right. With that, I'll bring it back to the board for action.
Mr. Chair, move to approve the consent agenda as proposed.
I second that.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries 5-0. Next is our timed items, and we are at our 6.1, public input. Looks like we have some public input. I'll start out with Jackie Jordan. I have a paper here if you want to come up and speak. And just for clarification, these items that people will be bringing are concerns that are not on the posted agenda.
Right.
And so you'll be able to get 3 minutes to talk about these issues. Just know that we cannot respond or give you any feedback when it comes to this because it's not on the posted agenda and it's a Brown
Thank you.
Act. Yeah.
Thank you. Okay. My name is Jackie Jordan, and I'm 74 years old. I've been an in-home care provider here in Lake County since 2015. I would like to ask the board to give us an adequate wage adjustment in our upcoming contract. Even though I receive Social Security and a small pension, it's simply not enough to cover today's rising costs. This year alone, my homeowner's insurance doubled, and my property taxes increased by 30%. I've always worked hard and taken pride in remaining independent, but these rising expenses have made it difficult to stay ahead. I even rely on free food giveaways to help supplement what I eat. I continue to work with dedication and heart, yet it's becoming harder to manage on a fixed income. I understand there are many worthy causes competing for the limited resources, but please take a moment to consider the vital work we do. What would happen if there were no IHSS workers? Thousands of older adults and people with disabilities would have to go into expensive facilities at great cost to families, the county, and the state. We are the ones who helped your loved ones live with dignity, comfort, and respect in the later years of their lives. All we ask is to be paid a fair, livable wage so we can continue providing the care that every person deserves. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other public input? We have a couple people coming up.
Hi. Hello, board members. My name is Vicki Osborne. I'm District 2. Bruno, you're my supervisor. I'm also a Lake County IHSS worker. I do multiple jobs, as some of you know up there. You see me all over doing different things. I'm also an SEIU 2015 bargaining team member. Care providers in Lake County have been without a contract for almost 2 years. I'm hoping that we can come to an agreement for a new contract soon. We are simply asking for the pay that reflects the cost of living. Everything is more expensive: rent, groceries, gas, childcare. So many of us drive long distances to pick up our recipients. And our members often have to put off car maintenance because it's too expensive. I know, because my oil change was $397. It's a lot for a car. Even though our cars are the only thing that allows us to work. If we don't have a car, we don't get to go to work. We have to sit at home and then stress about how we're going to pay all our bills because our only means of transportation is down. We need wages that can keep our costs, and if we have livable wages, we can continue to provide care for our Lake County older adults and people with disabilities. Please look for any funding resources you can find to give us a livable wage. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. For those who do not know me, my name is Roseanne Domingo, and I'm District 3. I belong to E.J. Crandall. Okay, so I am an IHSS provider. I also serve on the bargaining team for SEIU Local 2015. During last month's meeting, we shared with the board the results of a poll we did with Lake County IHSS providers. We found that 86% of Lake providers work multiple jobs just to make ends meet. The fact is, our wages aren't keeping up with the cost of living, and those wages are not competitive enough to keep workers in the industry. In 2023, more than 400,000 authorized care hours went unused in Lake County. What that means is many people in Lake are not getting the care they qualify for because there are not enough providers. We have to attract good caregivers, and we can't lose good caregivers to other industries that might, not only might, but do pay higher wages. With this being said, before I even wrap up, we have an obligation to our elders. I also have a board seat. I am a board member for our local, and I represent Lake County caregivers and also other healthcare workers. And we have an obligation to our elders to see that they are cared for in their homes. We have some elders in nursing homes that want to come home. Let's bring them home. Let's bring on more caregivers. Let's give them a decent raise so that we can do that. I thank you and have a blessed day.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Luisa Costa, and I am a proud union member. I'm also the proud representative for our members here in Lake County, SEIU 2015, all of our over 2,200 providers. I really hope that with the information our union provided, you were able to review the information and come to an agreement of the funding that is allowed for our members. With all due respect, I don't think it's enough that our board claims that Lake County is one of the poorest county in the state of California. I truly believe that we are not. And I look at all of you in the eye. I am from District 5. Lake County is my community. I care for all of your constituents. And I hope you do the right thing. You were placed in the seat that you are sitting right now with the trust of your constituents. If you want to move Lake County out of poverty, please do the right thing. Get them out of poverty. You have the power. You know the amount of money that is out there. Don't put cents on the table. We really appreciate you. Keep in mind that every dollar that our providers gain from this contract will go back to the community. Thank you very much and have a blessed day.
Thank you. Is there any other public input?
Good morning, Bruno. Nice to see you again. You guys have seen me up here already. I've done a lot of
State your
talking
name
to
for
you
the
guys.
record.
Oh, yeah, I forgot. Sorry. Siva Jameli, and I live in Clear Lake. And I have been before you before. And I want to point out, in case you've forgotten, that 4 of you that are sitting on this board today were endorsed by our members. We knocked doors. We walked neighborhoods. We called to help you get on this board. So all I'm asking is that you remember that when you see the proposal we put forth for our raise. We deserve it. We work hard. We are the largest employer in Lake County. If we can't survive, if we can't make enough money on our job to take care of our families, then we will be homeless. And what sense is that? What are you going to do if IHSS goes away? Where are you going to put those 2,200? We have 2,200 employees that are providers in this county. We're the largest employer of every entity, including police, fire, you name it. We have more employees than anybody else, but we're also paid the poorest. We helped the fast food industry get their $20 an hour that they start at right now, but we don't have that. Why? It is up to you, believe it or not, each and every one of you that is sitting there right now looking at me, listening to me, thinking, oh gosh, she's just saying the same thing I've already heard. But think about that strongly when you see our proposal and give us the raised living wage that we need so that we can survive. And we don't have to have 5 clients. I'm 71 years old as of yesterday, and I work 222 hours a month on top of my Social Security just to survive and pay my bills. In fact, I got a car the transmission went out of. And so I've been having to ride the bus to get to work. Don't make us do this anymore. Give us a living wage. You have the money. When we do our proposals, we have our investigations make sure that what we're requesting is doable. So don't try to tell me you don't have the money, because we know you do. So thank you. I'm sorry if I've been a little stern. I'm just tired of us having to do this all the time. Please, vote your conscience. Vote your knowing that we put that money back into your county, into your districts. We help you keep those districts viable. Thank you.
Elaine Brown, Kelseyville. I just would like to mention, I go between 2 counties, so I have a perspective of 2 counties, and I'm in my own predicament that many of you know about and have helped me with, and you've helped me see behind the curtain of what may be going on since COVID. May is the key word, but what I'm seeing is a gatekeeping of funding where you may have very good people in very good positions whose hands are being tied by a force that I don't quite understand. So be kind, because this county has taught me some things in a different kind of way to see maybe that this is the possibility, because I know far too many good people who don't seem to be able to utilize the fundings that they have. And I've seen far too many people that I know before COVID could get back to me in a timely manner via emails or different things, and things just don't happen. So I'm very concerned, and I just want to say I appreciate what you're doing. You've helped me learn a lot.
Any other public input on Zoom? Zoom user, if you can unmute, and we'll start your 3 minutes. Please state your name for the record as well.
Hey, Holly Washington, Sky Lewell, Pillsbury Family Farms. I speak as a legal licensed cannabis business owner who has witnessed and experienced firsthand the misuse of authority within this county. Our company was told to keep our license from revocation, we had to seek out Sheriff Bingham to reverse a background disqualification. That is not lawful procedure, that is coercion. When filed complaints, that same individual accused of misconduct was allowed to answer them. That is not accountability, that is corruption. And there's a deeper concern. Our current tax collector, Patrick Sullivan, possesses the education and the background of a lawyer, yet it raises real questions about whether Director Maria Turner has sought private or informal assistance from him to help navigate or even circumvent the legal limits in her actions against cannabis operators. We don't know the extent of it, but the appearance of the coordination amongst departments should alarm this board. We've seen her apologize to Tax Collector Sullivan for how long it was going to take our license and how it wasn't going to be an easy road for her. Because from where we stand, Director Turner operates from what looks like sovereign immunity, free to harass, coerce, and retaliate against cannabis farmers without consequence. And that has been my firsthand experience with her since August 18th of 2022. Meanwhile, County of Lake targets small farmers under the guise of compliance, while known farmer Board of Voice, now under federal litigation, had heavy influence in the very ordinance that's being proposed. That ordinance needs to be scrapped entirely. It is compromised of conflicts of interest and shaped by those under investigation and built on the foundation of deceit and coercion. If this board truly seeks reform, it should adopt the Department of Cannabis Control state in full without hesitation, without manipulation, and without carving out room for favoritism. Because as this county of Lake walks the path of lies and coercion, this county is showing that it would rather harm its own farmers and constituents than to hold one director accountable. Director Turner has repeatedly failed to deliver on her promises, to finalize the ordinance, to stabilize the program, and to lead with integrity. Instead, she has been given time to cover and public money to shield her failures, and we see it through proposed consultants for the environmental impact report that does nothing to fix the core problem, the leadership. while county staff members are left underpaid, ignored, and bullied, and they should be given the first chance at receiving an education for the issues that we see. County of Lake does not need more excuses. It needs reform. It needs oversight, and it needs accountability. Because on a normal day, the message is clear. County of Lake does not reward compliance, it punishes. And under this leadership, County of Lake has become statewide not for opportunity, but for oppression. This is not the future the county deserves, and I urge this board to prove that oversight still exists in Lake County. Muleha.
Thank you. Are there any other on Zoom? All right. With that, we'll go ahead and close this portion of the agenda. Public input's closed. We'll move on to our 6.2 Pet of the Week.
Good morning. She's a little shy. So, Animal Control Officer Rojas with Animal Control Officer Palayo with the Lake County Animal Care Control. So this is Selena. She's 9 months. She was dumped on Sulphur Road in the Oaks. She's not spayed. She's very good with animals and cats. We've already tested that. Also, recently we have a duck at the shelter, and she is completely fine with the duck as well. So that's on that. She's very sweet, kind, very shy. Once she gets comfortable with you, she'll let you sit with her as she was just sitting over there very calmly, but whenever she meets new people, she is very, very shy and timid. Also, this weekend, this Saturday, October 25th, 2025, we are having a pumpkin and paws event. It'll be located at that ranch from 10 a.m. till 1 p.m. That ranch will also be having the Funky Dozen band performing later in the evening from 5 till 9 p.m. The proceedings of this event will benefit Lake County Animal Care and Control. That ranch is also sponsoring all adoptions that day. More information can be found on Facebook on the accounts of That Ranch or Lakeport by Coastal Ukiah. We actually hope to see everybody there so we can get a lot of the animals we have at the shelter adopted. And thank you, and that's all I have.
Thank you.
Can I say thank you to him?
Yeah.
Well,
All right, next is our 6.3, New and Noteworthy at the Library, and we have Christopher Veach online. Go ahead.
Hello.
I'm just doing that for him.
Yes,
That's what
thank
I
you
did.
for giving me just a few minutes to talk about what's new and noteworthy at the library. This month, I want to highlight What We Can Know by Ian McEwan, which is in the top 3 most requested items at the library right now. What We Can Know is a novel set in the future year of 2119 and in our past year of 2014. Ian McEwan is a British author and screenwriter. He has published 18 novels and won the Booker Prize in 1998 for his novel Amsterdam. His novel Atonement won critical acclaim and was made into an Oscar-nominated movie. McEwan's latest novel, What We Can Know, is a story about a literary quest for a lost poem in a post-catastrophe future. A humanities professor in the 22nd century studies the period of 2014, when society knew of climate change and disaster but failed to act. He searches for a long-lost poem, eventually uncovering a narrative of love, crime, and scandal that challenges everything he thought he knew about history. Dwight Garner writes for the New York Times, "One thing that What We Can Know does, improbably enough, is make one nostalgic for the present. As the world begins to burn, the main character Tom suggests that novels and poetry will rise to the occasion. What We Can Know is gorgeous and awful, while also being funny and alive. It's the best thing McEwan has written in ages. It's a sophisticated entertainment of a high order." What We Can Know is available now in print, audiobook, and ebook through the library system. You can request this book or other materials through our online library catalog, which has the combined resources of Lake, Sonoma, and Mendocino County library systems. Requesting items is free, and items are sent to your local branch for you to pick up. This week is also National Friends of the Library Week, which is a time to celebrate the groups that support libraries across the country. I want to take this opportunity to thank our local group, Friends of the Lake County Library. The Friends of the Library is a nonprofit that raises funds to help support our local library system. They give thousands of dollars every year to the library to support it in so many ways, including supporting our winter reading challenge and summer reading program. They give money to purchase new books and materials for the library. They provide funds for refreshments and craft supplies for our programs. And they provide funding for special events, like when they brought wild animal education to the library or funding poetry and author events. They also work to add makerspace stations to our children's area, among many other special initiatives. If you're interested in learning more about the Friends, you can visit their website, www.friendsofthelakecountylibrary.org. And you can learn more about our library system at our website at library.lakecountyca.gov, or come visit your local library branch in Lakeport, Clear Lake, Middletown, Upper Lake, or on the Bookmobile. So thanks again for listening to what's new and noteworthy at the library.
Thank you. Would anyone like to comment on this? All right. Next, we'll move on to our 6.4, consideration of a federal update from Paragon Government Relations. And then we have Matthew Rothstein here.
Pretty impressive.
Good morning, Supervisors. Matthew Rothstein, Chief Deputy County Administrative Officer. As you will be aware, as of 12:01 a.m. Wednesday, October 1, 2025, federal appropriations lapsed. At this time, a resulting federal government shutdown remains in effect. You will appreciate the situation is dynamic. However, we are grateful that Tom Joseph and Hassan Sarsour from Paragon Government Relations, Lake County's federal advocacy firm, are present to provide a brief update and respond to questions from your board. Tom and Hassan, thank you for being here.
Thank you, and good morning, board. Our update will be as brief as possible. With respect to the shutdown, the bottom line is, at least as of today, there is no movement on either side of the aisle to reopen the government. Republicans on the Senate side need at least 60 votes for any spending bill, a filibuster-proof vote. Right now, they have 3 Democrats. Those 3 voted right before the shutdown to continue to open the government, but they need another 5 Democrats to reopen. None of them over the last 3 weeks have moved over to the Republican side of the aisle. At this moment, President Trump is having lunch today with the Senate GOP rank and file. I'll be interested to hear what comes out of that, but my expectation is that the Senate Republicans are going to hold firm with the House in urging Democrats to move over to vote for a reopening. At this point, the sticking point continues to be Democrats want an extension of the Affordable Care Act subsidies. Those subsidies were put in place during COVID to help people pay for insurance that they had on the marketplace, such as that they bought on the marketplace, such as Covered California. If the subsidies expire on December 31st, roughly 22 to 24 million people across the country will be affected, including roughly 2 million individuals, about 90% of the 2 million individuals in Covered California. Those subsidies, if they expire, will in many cases double the premiums that those individuals will have to pay. So the Democrats at this point are holding firm on that. Over the next couple of weeks, we'll see a couple of pain points in terms of perhaps reopening the federal government. Paychecks for federal employees will not be sent out in the next couple of weeks, while active duty individuals in the military received a paycheck on October 15th. They have another one upcoming on October 30th. They would not be paid, at least at this point, if the shutdown continues. On November 1st is when the premium tax notices or the health insurance notices will go out to individuals who may, for the first time, see the possible huge increase in their Affordable Care Act plans. And then finally, especially with relationship to the county, is that on November 1st, at this point, there will not be a CalFresh benefit to be sent out to recipients. I see that Rachel from your Social Services Department's on the line as well. That will affect roughly 5.5 million individuals in California. There is some flexibility by FNS to fund SNAP. They have not yet done so. They did fund WIC, which was also in a similar situation in terms of funding running out. With respect to eligibility workers, California has said yesterday that eligibility workers will receive pay through the end of this year, that there are administrative funds for them to continue. And with respect to CalWorks, there is enough funding available for not only the benefits, but also to support workers through the end of November. So that CalFresh and SNAP eligibility issue is going to come to the forefront. 42 million individuals nationwide depend on that program, but it remains to be seen if FNS and or Congress is going to find a fix to that before the end of the month. Let me turn it over to San if there's anything else to add with respect to the shutdown or other matters. And maybe Rachel has some additional information to provide as well.
Thanks, Tom. Yeah, and I think, Tom hit on all the major points. The way I sort of describe it, they're playing a game of poker. Both sides believe they have the winning hand. Rather than showing their cards and sort of moving on to the next phase, they keep upping the ante, and in some cases, they're actually using this to fundraise. Fundraising numbers came out yesterday, and both sides are doing very well. So politically, with the base of both parties, it's working out in the favor of both, but for sort of the country, it's not working out at all. Tom mentioned some of the pain points that we've been looking at. Those are all extremely relevant. The one that sort of brought everything to a head during the last government shutdown, the long one, was TSA agents in air traffic control. So they're currently not being paid. There's this phenomenon that happens where they all get sick around the same time, and then air traffic is there's flights delayed, flights canceled. So that can sometimes be a point of emphasis to try to get over this. They are looking into ways to pay the TSA and air traffic control, eliminating one of those pain points, which is in some ways good because you don't want any delays in the air, but at the same time, when you get rid of all these pain points, the shutdown just continues, and then real people feel real pain. So it's unfortunate. A lot of folks are talking past each other. At this point, there's no negotiation going on. I did see Senator Kennedy was interviewed yesterday or the day before. He predicts this is going to go beyond Thanksgiving. So I know a lot of times we're asked to pull out our crystal ball and sort of, pick a date that we think this could end. At this point, none of the crystal balls are working. They're all broken. Nobody knows, but it's going to be, a long haul at this point. Again, most of the negotiations are going on in the media. They're not happening in Congress. So very unfortunate on that front. But yeah, maybe we'll leave it there. And Rachel, if you have anything to add on.
I guess, and then one final note, and I know we may be running long. The House of Representatives has not been in session since September 19th. Speaker Johnson has decided not to call them back to do any work until the shutdown ends.
Thank you. That's a very important update. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I just have a little to add regarding specifics for Lake County in terms of CalFresh benefits. The deadline for there to be a resolution would be this Thursday. If nothing comes to pass by Thursday, that is when we know for sure that CalFresh benefits for November will not issue. In Lake County, we issue $2.7 million per month in CalFresh benefits to about a third of Lake County's residents. Every dollar in CalFresh also creates about $1.70 in local economic activity. So in a nutshell, it'll hit us hard. I do not have any alternative resources for the public that will fully meet this need. We have a food resource list and of course the local food banks, but they're going to be hard put to even provide partial support. And the food banks, of course, are also impacted by federal funding losses. So, of course, the sooner a continuing resolution or a budget is passed, the better. Even when it is passed, if CalFresh benefits for November have not issued, there will be a delay in getting them issued. Typically, benefits issue out over 10 days. There will be system processing programming that would need to occur. So we will do our best to meet the public's need, but if the budget is not passed, it's going to be a hard time by November 23rd. And that is all I have unless you have any questions.
Go ahead, Supervisor Sabatier.
Yeah, thank you for that really amazing update. Just a quick question. Ms. Doman-Parson, Director Doman-Parson, we know the metric for how many are on Medi-Cal. CalFresh is not a number that's unknown to us as well. I don't know that I've seen in the emails or heard how many are on ACA where they will see the premiums go up. Do you have that number? For some reason, that number is not coming to mind.
I don't have it at my fingertips, but I can get it for you for sure. We assist people with ACA enrollment, but that is mainly covered California that handles that. I will look into getting it for you.
Okay, because that would be a useful number just to know what kind of November 1st impact that might look like. And then I haven't thought about this, and I should have, but I'm going to reach out to both Tom and Hassan. As the chair of NACO Health, I think this is potentially an opportunity for all counties. Because whether people are from Oklahoma or Nebraska, we're having the same conversations in our health policy meetings. And so I think maybe hearing from the many counties, whether it's deep red, deep blue, maybe that's a voice that's needed right now. And so I'll contact you guys and see what's possible and how to engage in that way.
Any other questions? I'll open it up to the public. If there's anyone that would like to comment on this? Any on Zoom? All right, with that, we'll go ahead and close this item. Thank you for that update. Oh, okay.
You're welcome.
Well, actually, there's one more person.
Oh, good.
Okay.
Go ahead.
All right.
Ma'am, go ahead.
Oh.
You're the one more person.
Thank you. So the first shutdown I recall in my life was in 1991. My former husband was a correctional officer, so that's how I remember it. And George H. Bush was the current president. That's the first time I'd ever heard of a government shutdown. There could have been some in the past. I just don't remember. But we're the people. You know, we are the people who determine what goes on in our government. So I don't know how. I do know that we are free and that we should have rights and that we're the ones that tell them what to do. And I don't understand. I did see in a bill that I was involved in California where it took basically the church from the church that was more Democrats to get on board with this bill to tell their constituents they would not vote for them if they did not do their job. So again, we're after COVID. I see such strange stuff happening. I don't want to see people taken out that are good, that don't have the ability for some reason. They're being gatekept to not do the right thing. But I do know that one way to get the government to move forward and do what they're supposed to do is if their constituents, if their people will call and say, hey, we won't vote for you if you don't get this going, because it is our government and we need to take it back. We can't sit back. I saw in public education, the public got out of education, and I saw gross robbery of budgets. That's how it works, people. The people have to be the government. So if you have a problem, please get on the phone, start calling en masse, get your churches, get your service clubs, whoever you belong to. It doesn't have to be church-based, but you have to call your representative and say, we will not vote for you if you don't move this forward, because we are the people. Thank you.
All right.
I just cannot keep this to myself. But again, going back to the
And state your name for the record, Rule.
Luisa Costa. I just want to mention again, if Lake County lives two livable wages to their workers, not only IHSS, but also county workers, maybe a lot of people would not be depending on public assistance. It's time. Do the right thing. Do justice for them. Thank you.
Any other comments on Zoom? All right, we'll go ahead and close public input for this. Again, thank you for the presentation, and we'll go ahead and move on to our next item on the agenda. Do we need a quick break, or are we okay? All right, looks like we're okay. So we'll move on to our 6.5, consideration of an ordinance authorizing the implementation of a community choice aggregation program by participating with the Sonoma Clean Power Authority. B, consideration of a resolution requesting that the Sonoma Clean Power Authority act as community choice aggregator on behalf of the county and implement the Sonoma Clean Power Community Choice Aggregation Program within the county. C, consideration of a resolution establishing county membership in the Sonoma Lake Mendocino Geothermal Opportunity Zone. Matthew Rothstein, go ahead and start.
Again, it's a privilege to address your board this morning. I'm Matthew Rothstein, Chief Deputy County Administrative Officer. As you are aware, in 2015, your predecessor board passed an ordinance signaling intent to implement community choice aggregation, or CCA, in Lake County, providing a public alternative to power generation with PG&E. Implementation has been explored 3 times since. On the 2 previous occasions, it wasn't feasible. Earlier this year, Sonoma Clean Power undertook a feasibility study which demonstrated conditions for implementation were more favorable than on those previous occasions, and Sonoma Clean Power's board authorized an offer of service on August 7, 2025. That offer anticipated the county and all cities joining together. Sonoma Clean Power staff presented a joint workshop with your board and the cities of Clear Lake and Lakeport on Tuesday evening, September 30, answering many questions from members of your board and the public, and we greatly appreciate all who participated in that important meeting, and Sonoma Clean Power joining many other public meetings in Lake County this year and being present in our communities. As you are aware, on Thursday, October 2, the Clear Lake City Council voted 2-3 against implementation. However, Sonoma Clean Power staff have indicated their board may consider extending an alternative offer of service to the county and City of Lakeport should your board and that City Council demonstrate strong support for joining. Sonoma Clean Power's board is scheduled to next meet November 6, and Chief Executive Officer Jeff Cyphers, Board Chair Brian Barnacle, and others from Sonoma Clean Power are here in your chambers today. Before your board this morning are enabling documents required to provide an alternative to power generation with PG&E through Sonoma Clean Power and to participate in the GeoZone. As you're aware, those documents were previously made available in connection to your board's October 7 meeting. County Counsel Lloyd Gintavano can respond to any remaining questions regarding those documents. And additionally, since your agenda was published, he connected with counsel to Sonoma Clean Power and will now present a change to the language, the proposed language in the resolution authorizing participation in the GeoZone.
Lloyd, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So it's really just a change. Since the time when the documents were, which consists of just the 2 resolutions and the proposed ordinance that's before your board today for consideration, what's been uploaded was the red line versions of those and the clean versions of each. And since that time, since those documents have been uploaded, staff has been in communication with counsel from SCP to try to accommodate or try to figure out what other revisions that may need to take place in order to accommodate for the updated situation that we're in. Mr. Rothstein mentioned that SCP is meeting is scheduled to meet on November 6th. So it was designed these latest round of revisions were designed to accommodate for those or to address those. And so it's really on one revision would be on the resolution of the Board of Supervisors of the County of Lake establishing county membership in the Sonoma Lake Mendocino Geothermal Opportunity Zone. And that resolution, the additional revision to that is fairly short. It's on section 3 of that resolution where in the last sentence it says, notwithstanding the foregoing, any proposed development of geothermal energy in the jurisdiction of the county shall be subject to the county's review and approval. And the statement to be added there as part of the revision would be to the extent provided by applicable law. That's the only revision, to add that last clause to that statement. And so that resolution, should your board consider to adopt it, would be to adopt it as amended. And then the second document to be revised or proposed to be revised would be the ordinance itself, which is an ordinance authorizing the implementation of a community choice aggregation program by participating with the Sonoma Clean Power Authority on the fourth recital of that proposed ordinance. It should be read to state, for that clarification, it should state, whereas on October 4, 2013, the California Public Utilities Commission certified the implementation plan for SCPA CCA program, and on February 20th, 2015, approved the first revised and updated implementation plan and approved a second revised and updated implementation plan dated October 2016, confirming SCPA's compliance with the requirements of the Act. That's the only revision to that, additional revision to that ordinance. It's to better reflect and better reference the latest update on that implementation plan, which is referenced as a second revised and updated implementation plan. And so should your board consider to adopt this ordinance or have it approved for first reading, it would be to approve the first reading of this ordinance as amended.
Thank you, County Council Gintovano. So as has been described in previous meetings, the GeoZone offers a process to seek partners for geothermal project development. Members of your board will be aware the state has authorized, for example, 2 gigawatts of new geothermal development, and more is expected in the coming years as we seek to meet statewide energy portfolio goals. Joining the Geothermal Opportunity Zone with neighboring Sonoma and Mendocino counties would facilitate Lake County participating in outreach activities undertaken by technical experts and other staff from Sonoma Clean Power. As you will appreciate, duplicating that capacity would be challenging with existing county staff. If a geothermal project were ultimately proposed in Lake County, there would be anticipated impacts of that specific project, and in return, the county would have the opportunity to negotiate for particular community benefits. Sonoma Clean Power staff have clarified and affirmed their expectation is that community benefits would go to the county affected by the project and not Sonoma Clean Power more broadly. As Deputy County Administrative Officer Benjamin Rickelman shared October 7, previous geothermal development in Lake County has brought significant property tax revenue, and initial project development is capital expenditure intensive. Newer geothermal technologies require less water and can include closed-loop systems. And there do still remain a network of factors that would need to be considered in any development agreement and other project-related decision-making should a project come forth. Revenues from existing geothermal projects have supported a diversity of county services, including Cobb Park development and other park improvements, aquatic weeds spraying, and multiple line items in the Community Development Department's budget, including their resource planner position. Loan repayment for a water line replacement project was also facilitated. And members of your board will agree that Calpine has been a tremendous community partner. Each project and partner, however, are unique. Not every potential investor may demonstrate the same degree of community mindedness. However, again, it is anticipated community benefits would be negotiated in consideration of expected impacts should a specific geothermal project be proposed in Lake County. Benjamin Rickelman had likewise shared, while permanent jobs associated with new geothermal technologies may be fewer in number than traditional energy technologies, jobs in the energy sector can provide for strong economic mobility, with roles paying from the mid-60,000s to 120,000. And many of those positions have pathways that do not require a 4-year degree. I will now turn the presentation over to Sonoma Clean Power's Chief Executive Officer, Jeff Cyphers, and Board Chair Brian Barnacle.
Thank you, Matthew. And good morning, Chair and Board. I'm here and excited. This is a long time coming. So after 10 years of Lake County exploring community choice, and after 3 rounds of asking us to offer service, it comes down to a vote today. And I'm excited for that. I want to thank all of you for investing the time to explore this. I've spent time with each of you, and it takes a while. This is a complex undertaking. And to learn about this movement that between Sonoma Clean Power and our 24 other sister agencies around California, we now serve more customers than PG&E does. And we produce more power than any other type of generator in California. And I want to thank your staff, too. Your staff have done a phenomenal job of testing this, of developing a packet for you, have been really good to work with. And in addition to my board chair, who will come up and speak, I want to thank the 4 folks from my team, Miles Horton, Claudia Sissamfu, I'm Neil Reardon in the back, and where is he? Oh, Kate Kelly as well joined us today. We've got a really good team here that make me look good, so I want to thank them as well. As I've traveled around the county, thank you Supervisor Owen for that suggestion, I've met a lot of people, and a lot of them have advice for me. Some of the advice that I've gotten was, just say exactly what this vote is about. So I'm going to try to do that today. So a yes vote means that your residents and businesses will have the ability to choose whether Sonoma Clean Power or PG&E produce their power. A no vote means they have to use PG&E and pay PG&E's rates, even if they're higher. And PG&E's rates are usually higher, over 80% of the time. A yes vote means Lake County can finally benefit directly from the energy made at the geysers. While we work together to engage our communities to look across Sonoma, Mendocino, and Lake counties for good places to develop the right kinds of geothermal power and other energy resources. A yes vote means that you are committing to the right of your constituents, of your residents. It means that if Lake County joins, that you cannot remove their right to make those choices for 20 years. Because that length of term allows us to purchase large-scale energy projects. It's also important to say what a yes vote does not mean. It does not lock anyone in. Every customer can return to PG&E at any time, including the county itself. It does not add any cost or risk to your general fund. We're a JPA for that reason. We're completely isolated. It does not commit you to any specific geothermal resources or locations. A yes vote also means that tribes will have the freedom to make their own decisions about whether to participate or opt out. A no vote means tribes will not get that choice. A yes vote will give Lake County a seat at the table, joining a regional agency that's earning real wins in Sacramento and at the California Public Utilities Commission. And I want to give a really concrete example of a win we just had 2 weeks ago since I last saw you. PG&E had been arguing that new community choice customers, like those here in the future, should not get any credit for their battery resources, the projects that they've been building over the last few years, even though all customers pay for the costs of those resources. And we pushed back really hard. In the end, PG&E agreed to withdraw their proposal. No one in Sonoma or Mendocino County will benefit from that victory, only new CCA customers, like those here. And they will save millions per year as a result of that. Our victory means that even in times where SCP customers in Sonoma and Mendocino counties are paying a little more than PG&E, Lake County customers of ours will be paying less. And that's pretty cool. We didn't have that the last time we met. That's the kind of work we do every day. We fight for customers. We fight for clean, reliable power. and we fight for the people in the communities that we serve. I noted just recently in the packet for Lakeport tonight, City Manager Ingram is recommending heartily joining, and I hope you will join the SCP team. I'll turn it over to my chair, Brian Barnacle. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair Crandall, Vice Chair, members of the board. It's a pleasure to be here today. Thank you for considering this. I want to talk a little bit about why I love serving on Sonoma Clean Power. One, it's a financially strong organization that's really well run. We do work to represent our constituents and advocate on their behalf. Jeff just talked about some of it, but every meeting it feels like we're coming forward, our staff are coming forward with ways that they can lower costs, ways that we can do more for the community. And we work with some of the brightest minds at the CPUC, thinking of legislative angles, thinking of ways that we can bring down the cost of power, because it is increasingly becoming an existential issue for people needing to choose whether they can eat or heat. And we're right at the front lines of that and working on that every day. When our communities are in need, we give back. We show up in the communities, and it's not just Sonoma. In the last few years, we've done more events in Mendocino County where we've expanded to, because we know that the most important thing is being a good community steward. When COVID hit and people were faced with, food insecurity, we donated to the food bank. Big donations. We do that every year reliably, but we doubled our donation for that. And it's just a real honor to be on an agency that has the financial means and the community mission to represent people. There's a few things that we need to make sure of to make sure this is a good fit. The first one is done, and that's to make sure that it's financially makes sense for both of us, and it does. We've done the analysis. It makes sense for the people you serve. It makes sense for our agency to look at this. The next one is really what I'm here to do, and what you all are here to do, and that's to make sure that there's good culture and mission alignment, because the electeds are really at the front lines of being the brand ambassadors for the people, for the member agencies of Sonoma Clean Power. And I can't stress that enough, because the issues that we deal with are really complex. The CPUC is a black box, and you don't understand it. And you're going to get tough questions, and you need to be able to dive in, educate yourself on it, enough to where you can say, some things are out of our hands, but we're working on it, and know that. I was at the Clear Lake vote, and I'll be honest, I was a little taken back. It wasn't what I expected, because we were accused of being salesmen, and there was accusations about, we're after your land, and that's just not the agency that we are. We've stood up in engineering and capital projects because we want to bring good jobs to the communities we serve. We've updated our procurement rules to require local hires, to require community benefits agreements, to make sure that the resources that we're building are built using local labor that are paid a good wage. As part of that, it includes community outreach into our community, into our procurement rules. We've gone above and beyond, and so much so that the other CCAs have, said, what the heck did you do? You guys went too far. Now we've got a bar, you set the bar too high. But that's the agency that we are, that's the board that we are, that we're really proud of that. And we, I think, today I'm willing to go back and recommend to the board that we extend our service to your agency, or to the county and to Lakeport. But what's most important to me is that that you all up here are going to be out there talking to your constituents, because I don't want to be the one selling it. I want you to be the one selling it. I want us to be here selling it with you, because I truly believe this is good for your constituents, but I don't want to be, coming up here and selling your constituents. I want us to be doing it together. I want you all to believe in this, because it can be really great, I believe. So thank you.
Now we invite your board's decision making. Joining Sonoma Clean Power represents a very long commitment, and we truly appreciate the significant efforts members of your board have made in recent months to educate yourselves surrounding this opportunity to provide an alternative to PG&E's power generation, and you're weighing both potential consequences and benefits.
Do we have any questions? I know I have one for Jeff. You mentioned something about the tribes having a decision, and that when we talked on, I think it was the 7th or the special meeting, there was a mention that we would be making the decision for them, the tribes, because of a state oversight of some nature. So I wanted to get clarification on that.
Yeah, let me clarify. So the state law, Assembly Bill 117 from 2002, that allows this kind of organization to be formed, specifically states that the organization can be formed and have membership and participation by cities and counties and JPAs of cities and counties. It doesn't mention tribes. So the way to give, in my view, the way to give tribes the respect of their sovereignty is to enable for the county to allow this to form and form, and then proceed and meet with all the tribes and say, what do you wish now? Because now they can choose they're in or out. If we went to them prematurely and asked them would they like to be in or out, we don't really have the ability to offer them that, because if the county hasn't enabled it, they don't have the option to do that. Is that clear?
It's somewhat clear, yes. I think what makes it more of a difficult situation is, I know that with tribes, they will, there's sovereignty that's involved, and so a lot of times, I know the frustrating part in talking with some of the leaders is that, especially with our relationship as of right now with the tribes, as you know, that later on there's going to be a co-management discussion with the tribes on the agenda. And so not working with them in specific areas and making decisions for them really is a difficult thing for tribes to accept. So not having the opportunity to make the decision is very hard. If it's something that I'm juggling with right here. I understand what you're saying and I get it. But I just have to, mention that and actually get more clarification from you on that. So thank you for explaining that, and I just wanted to ask and appreciate you giving me that clarification. Are there any other questions?
I'd like to hear from the public.
All right, so I'll open it up from for the public, and if you'd like to come up, state your name for the record, and we'll give you 3 minutes.
My name is Denise Rushing from Upper Lake, and a former member of the Board of Supervisors, also a 40-year career in clean energy. This has been a long time coming. Today, the board will decide whether our community has this option. Sonoma Clean Power is a not-for-profit public energy agency. It already serves our neighbors in Sonoma and Mendocino County. It's a quiet decision with enormous opportunity for us. It could shape our energy future. At its heart, the vote is about something we rarely get in today's world, a choice for a clean, more economical energy. Right now, out-of-county generators and PG&E decide around their table what electricity comes, where the electricity comes from, where the profits go. By joining Sonoma Clean Power, Lake County residents would have that choice. It's a proven public model that offers competitive, transparent rates and invests its earnings back in its communities. For the average household in Lake County, this could mean real savings, 5 to 7% of the total energy bill on average, and access to world-class programs in energy efficiency, renewable energy, and home resilience. Sonoma Clean Power's track record is exceptional: cleaner energy, strong customer service, and a decade of financial stability. And if a resident prefers to stay with PG&E or a tribe prefers to stay with PG&E, they can. They can opt out. It's simple, it costs nothing initially, and is nominal fee after service has begun. Some fear the unknown, but this is not unknown. Hundreds of California communities have joined programs of community choice aggregation and thrived, creating cleaner energy for California, and fortunately as well, more economical energy, because the price curve for solar is going down. The price curve for fossil fuels is going up. So as energy becomes more and more expensive on the fossil fuel side, clean energy is more economical. What's risky right now is waiting, because this is an opportunity we've been working on for well over a decade. It won't come again anytime soon, if at all. So just as past generations once lost control of Clear Lake's waters by standing on the sidelines, this board faces a similar decision. You could say no, and we lose the opportunity. I've spent my career in clean energy for climate reasons, and now it's also for economic reasons. I've served 2 terms on the board. I know how rare this kind of decision or this opportunity is, and how rare for the timing to align. Lake County deserves choice, fairness, the economics, and a voice in shaping our energy future. Let's not let it slip away. Let's not forego the opportunity. There won't be a better deal anytime soon by waiting. There won't be any more information that you'll get by waiting. So please, I strongly urge a yes vote.
Thank you.
Good morning, Board. Thank you. Wes Baker, Lower Lake. I'm here to urge a no vote. This is not a good thing. I was at that joint meeting. It's a one-sided story is all we're hearing so far. I asked that maybe we postpone or something like that and speak with PG&E and find out about their wildfire response. Will they still maintain all of that when they lose a big portion of their profit from the power energy? Will PG&E still continue with the undergrounding that we all need up here at $1 million a mile when they lose millions of dollars? Sonoma Clean Power will probably be taking millions of dollars just the minute you guys vote here, and once we sign up into them, they're taking millions of dollars from PG&E. I hope you understand that. The last time too, at that meeting on the 30th, I think it was the 30th, but the joint meeting, Facebook, there was some stories on that where people heard me talk, and people said that I work for PG&E. I've never worked for PG&E. I don't work for PG&E. I don't own PG&E stock. Okay, I have worked at the geysers as a subcontractor. I was up there, and more than likely, if any geothermal was built up here in Lake County, the company that I retired from, I'm retired now, they would have more than likely been working on that project, which would have meant I would have been working on the project. I do know what I'm talking about. I've got a Juris Doctorate degree in law. I'm not a lawyer, so I do know a little bit about the law too. We keep hearing that the rates aren't going to go down. PG&E's rates always go up. I've got a letter here. Sonoma Clean Power has been speaking towards PG&E, saying PG&E's fine with them, PG&E's this, PG&E's that. If you were in a courtroom, that would be called hearsay, because we don't get PG&E here to ask them the questions. That would never be any kind of evidence. I've got some evidence here. It was an email that I got direct from PG&E. We have some good news relating to your bill. Starting September 1, your residential electric rates decreased by 2.1%. Over the past 15 months, residential electric rates have dropped 3 times. PG&E is working hard to stabilize prices, and rates are expected to go down again in 2026. In addition to the September electric rate, PG&E customers will receive a $58.23 California climate credit in October. Okay, we did get that. We just got that the other day. I've got a tenant that's a low income. This guy's minimum wage, living in a property, really, really inexpensive, and he didn't even have to pay any PG&E bill.
Wrap up if you can.
Okay. We don't need this. PG&E's got an ad running on TV right now that says they expect
Sir,
no rate
if you can wrap
increases in
up
25,
completely.
and there won't be any in 26 either. So we're just as one-sided. Please vote no. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Loretta McCarthy. I'm in District 3. Thank you, Jay, for awesome service all these years, and for the other board members as well. I want to speak in support of Lake County participating with Sonoma Clean Power Authority. This is simple. I'm 84 years old. Simple is good for me, okay? So this is just very simple. A friend asked me, what if we change over to Sonoma Clean Power and things don't go as outlined? What if we enter into an agreement and PG&E retaliates, or Sonoma Clean Energy isn't as, quote, clear as they seem, as clean as they seem? My response, let's check Sonoma Clean Power's record, their track record. Sonoma Clean Power was officially formed in 2012 by the Sonoma County Board of Supervisors. It started serving its first customers of May of 2014. Okay, been serving customers, first Sonoma, then Mendocino, for over 10 years. How many customers in these counties are participating in Sonoma Clean Power? Well, Healdsburg and Ukiah have their own public utilities. The rest of those counties, 87% are participating. Businesses, residents, 87%. After the first 60 days, they stayed on. To get out, all they have to pay, as I understand it, is $5 if you're residential customers. If you don't like Sonoma Clean Power, you go back to PG&E, $5 exit amount. $25 for businesses if you don't like it. And yet 87% are still in. That's a track record I can honor and respect. It seems that Sonoma Clean Power is working well for Mendocino and Sonoma. Now it is time for Lake County. I strongly, shall I say the word again? Strongly? Simple. Encourage our Board of Supervisors to say yes. We've got a lot of options ahead of us. Say yes today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Morning, Supervisors. My name is Arnaud Hubert. I'm a resident of Kelseyville, and I sit on the Big Valley Advisory Council. I urge this board to implement the Community Choice Aggregator program and adopt Sonoma Clean Power as Community Choice Aggregator on behalf of the county. This means providing choice to Lake County residents, access lower rates, and allowing the county to have a voice on the board of the CCA, in this case, Sonoma Clean Power. We cannot continue being held hostage by PG&E's de facto monopoly and it being our only option for power generation. We generate power right here in this county, so let's close the loop. And again, no user, from what's been explained over and over, will be forced to use Sonoma Clean Power. If they don't want to, they can stay with PG&E if they, suffer from. By the way, I heard prior speaker, PG&E won't stop undergrounding their lines just because this CCA program happens here. They've been undergrounding lines in other counties that have adopted CCAs, and this is part of a mandate that they have to follow that's been dictated by the state as the result of the plea to, let's remember, 84 counts of manslaughter that day, following the campfire. And that's just a campfire. PG&E's been spending millions this year in TV ads to convince us they're listening to their users. As been pointed out, we have no voice with PG&E. There's no point starting to negotiate with them. The Public Utility Commission has been described as a black box, and I think it's pretty accurate. Whether with this program, if the board goes along with this, again, the county and possibly the city of Lakeport, I hope so, I hope we'll have good news tonight, will have a voice. Again, this is really important because this provides choice to the county, possibly the city of Lakeport, and users. So please, let's go ahead and adopt this program. I urge you to vote yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. My name's Rick White. I'm from Kelseyville. Many of you know me. I'm very involved with Kelseyville in a lot of different ways, including being on the Big Valley Advisory Council, the Kelseyville Business Association, the Lake County Economic Development Corporation. And I also encourage you to support joining the Sonoma County Clean Power. Let's face it, PG&E needs some competition. We are a capitalistic society, and I believe that the consumers need choice. I get angry every time I get a PG&E bill, and I don't know. I imagine there's a lot of people in this room that also get angry. We need to start doing something to start getting our costs down. We've got businesses that are struggling with some of these PG&E bills, and some of them have gone out of business. I look at this as a way to open up the doors to some other great things in the county. I mean, we're looking at the potential for maybe developing microgrids, maybe wind power, other ideas that might actually come into fruition if we work with something like, Sonoma County Power. So I'm just going to keep it simple and just let you know that I would support it if I were you.
Thank you.
AI did not understand.
Hi, Elaine Brown, Kelseyville. Just in my observations, this is a cost-effective lower ceiling. It's lowered, so it keeps, it's cost-effective for heating and cooling. I was in Visalia at for the poor, it was a new, beautiful medical facility, high ceilings all the way up, 2 stories high. I've been to libraries, really high ceilings, very cold in there. I've seen a business, really high ceilings, 2-3 stories high, cold in there. Could it be that PG&E is a part of the plan to get rid of small businesses with what's happened with COVID? Some of you know what I'm talking about, because I know 2 business owners in this county who I love very much, their families. And one in a business this size, maybe half a size bigger, paid $10,000 in 1 month for PG&E. The other one is another business, small business, and we've talked about, I don't know what they pay, but they've told me we've talked about PG&E. So just in my summations of looking at situations, are people getting different rates? Because I've been in some buildings of very high ceilings, very cold. I can't imagine them paying what they should be paying. So maybe us as a people and the business owners that they want to get rid of are being charged differently by PG&E. So we don't really know. I would like to know that, and maybe having competition would give us a better idea of that. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Sterling. I'm from District 3. I'm from Spring Valley. I did email you guys what maybe we should be requesting if we are going to go through Sonoma Clean Power. So Sonoma Clean Power isn't here because they want to be partners with Lake County. They're here because they've already hit their expansion limit at the geothermal field at the geysers. Their only path to growth, their profit, is to tap into our geothermal resource. Lake County sits directly on top of one of the most significant geothermal zones in the entire state. The geysers field doesn't stop at the county line. It stretches through Lower Lake, Clear Lake, and almost all the way to Highway 20 and Clear Lake Oaks. And there's a second geothermal corridor that runs from Witter Springs along Highway 20 all the way to Walker Ridge. Lake County isn't just part of the geozone, we are the core of it. This isn't empty land. One of our local tribe nations, the Robinson Rancheria, situated right in the middle of the geozone. Any drilling, pressure changes, and seismic activity impacts not just our land and water, it impacts our people, culture, and the community with deep historical ties to this land. And here's the reality. Geothermal permitting happens at a state level. Even if Lake County denies local permits, Sonoma Clean Power can go directly to the state, and the state can override us. Once the door is open, we lose all control over what happens next. That's why this works like a Ponzi scheme. Sonoma County, one of the wealthiest counties in California, stands to profit. Lake County, the second poorest in the state, takes on the seismic risk, the environmental burden, and the cultural impacts. Changing subsurface pressures triggers seismic activity, And when something catastrophic happens, it's not their county that pays the price, it's ours. Sonoma Clean Power needs Lake County. We don't need them. They want our geothermal zone, our resource, and our land, not to uplift our community, but to expand their revenue. Jessica Paiska, I understand you don't want to be remembered as the board that doesn't pass this, but if it does pass today, you guys will be remembered as the board that voted to pass on our economic, our culture, and our own safety in our community. And then I also did get this from the U.S. Geological Services, to where it shows you exactly where all the new and untapped geothermal is. And I really think you guys need to really look into this. They cannot expand anymore in Sonoma or Mendocino. They need us to expand and to make their profit bigger. So with what I've sent all of you guys, with what we need to do, if you do want to pass it, these are the things that we need to request. We, like you said, we don't need to sit at the kiddie table. We are what they need, and we need to benefit, and we can benefit, and we can bring in those resources, just like these ladies with the IHS. They can get their raises like they need because we will have it here. Thank you. And if you guys need these, they're right here, so you can look at them.
Thank you.
I'm Norman Kimes. I live out in the county south of Lower Lake. A lot of stuff going on here. I'm trying to learn to be an elder in my family. It's not easy. The task is taking my experience and wisdom and avoiding the mistakes of the past. We've already made this mistake here in Lake County. All of our water is owned by Yolo County because a group of people thought it was a good idea for economic reasons, lots of reasons. I'm the one who accused them, Jeff, of being a salesman. I have over 40 years experience, general contracting, diverse projects. This is a sales meeting with a big staff that showed up. It reminds me of the timeshare sales meetings they used to have. I went to some of those. A little bit different energy, same thing, lots of promises. They can see the future. And by the way, hurry up. This offer expires. Don't be seduced. We have a lot going on here. I love this county. I love this community. We are a very unusual part of this state. I love it. I don't want to live in Lakeport. I want to live in the 500 acres I live on. I have a 36-inch pipeline that goes to the geysers, running a mile through my property, half a mile. That pipeline's got to be 35 miles long just to replenish the water that's being depleted at the geyser with the geothermal project. We have a water problem here, massive. Our spring used to generate 125 gallons per minute in 1968, 12.5 gallons a minute now, today. The water that's going to make the steam that drives these generators has to come from somewhere. I would say 20 to 25% of the wells across the highway from me are now non-functioning because of the loss of water. They're not rebounding. This is not a small decision. This is not something you need to hurry into. They're going to be here. If they're making this money, they're going to be here tomorrow, next year, 10 years from now. We are ignorant. We don't know what we're doing with this project. They're in a hurry. Let them be in a hurry. It doesn't affect us. Their emergency isn't ours. It's not. We have power. I'm not a fan of PG&E. I fight with them all the time.
You can wrap up.
Okay? But what I do know is they've spent millions of dollars to repair the damage from fires they didn't cause. They're standing by us best they
Sir,
can.
if you could wrap up, please.
They are failing.
What was your name?
They're trying. I'm Norman Kimes, K-I-M, Mary, E-S.
Thank you. I forgot that.
Thank you.
Sorry. Any other public input? or public comment?
Good morning, Board. Weston Seifert. I have the Saw Shop Public House in downtown Kelseyville. I spoke at the last board meeting. So I am in favor of Sonoma Clean Power. I think there's a lot of really important things. I hear previous speakers say, you know, we have time to wait. You know, they're going to, you know, take something that's ours. And I don't necessarily disagree with any of that. I do believe we have urgency. So I agree that we have something that they want. That's all very true. My point is, we haven't done anything in 20 years to move anything forward. This is our first opportunity in 20 years to give the citizens of Lake County a choice. And I agree, we need to craft the best deal for for your constituents. That is absolutely true. It is recent conversations that I've had. It is interesting to me that we do not have an energy policy committee for us to be able to create our own destiny. I haven't had a chance to talk with Ben, but one of the things that I heard at the last meeting, and I have to confirm this, and you can all correct me, but what I heard was Lake County has the second highest power rates in the country. That is what I heard. I can certainly be corrected, but that's what I heard. That is amazing to me. We need to, if we have a willing partner and we have an energy committee policy or an energy policy that protects Lake County, think of the things that we could do. Think of the power programs, whether it's solar, wind, maybe it's the geozone, I don't know. I'm not smart enough for any of that stuff. But how do we support our constituents? It is, as a business owner, the current trend is not sustainable. When I think of the impact that it's having on customers, that if they're paying $100, $200 more a month in power, that is the money that they use to move the economy. That's the money that they use to go out to dinner, to go to places like mine, or buy at the local retail. So at the end of the day, this is for our future. I believe that we have the opportunity to take control of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Sabatier?
I just want to respond, and I'd love to get correction as well. I don't think PG&E makes specific requests to the CPUC on a per-county basis what the rates will be. They set rates for their region. And so this is not Lake County has maybe a unique situation for PG&E where we don't have natural gas and electricity, because those prices do change during the winter and the summer. But we do not have a specific rate that makes us the second highest in the state. And I'd love to be corrected if that's not the case.
Next.
Good morning, Supervisors. Margot Kambara, member of Lake County General Plan Advisory Committee member, speaking for myself. Today is a deadline for Sonoma Clean Power, SCP, but not for Lake County. At stake is Lake County's future. The SCP offer is described as Lake County's last and best chance regarding energy. With respect, I disagree. I have great respect for Denise Rushing, but I urge you to consider the following points. SCP's offer does not change the energy model. Lake County remains an energy consumer, not a partner, despite having significant geothermal resources that SCP would like to develop. To provide Lake County with real relief from astronomical power bills, the energy model must change. Some Lake County residents, business owners, and farmers are desperate for relief from high energy bills. Lake County can be its own power broker. Like a general contractor, Lake County can set the terms, invite developers, choose a technology, and contract out for professional and technical services needed to run its energy concern, whether it be geothermal or solar or other. By taking charge of its geothermal resources, Lake County can change its fortunes. Lake County should remain in the driver's seat. Serving as its own power broker, we can hire the expertise needed. We invite the developers we want to work with. We retain more of the energy revenues as power broker and general contractor. We have an opportunity. And while the general plan is being updated, this is an opportunity to engage the community in a harder and closer look at the energy options for Lake County. Local area plan advisory committee members can identify preferred places for geothermal and other energy development. These actions should be done with urgency. This can be an exercise in transparent government and community engagement. Today is SCP's deadline. It is not a deadline for Lake County. Lake County should not be rushed into a subpar deal. Today can be the beginning of a new future for Lake County as it commits to finding solutions that truly address its top energy priorities. Affordable energy for residents, farmers, and business owners with significant revenue generation for the county as a bonus. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Good morning, Board. Tom Lasik. Yeah, so I've been in these meetings and I've been sitting in on all these things. And just to the first part of my speech, when this first came forward to me, I was all for it. You know, I was excited. My daughter is gets her power through a CCA. My brother does. I think that's a great thing. But I'm not there anymore. I've gone from a supporter to neutral to now I'm opposed. And the reason is, if this was just about getting Sonoma Clean Power and having a lower electrical rate, for me, it would have been an easy yes. That was the original suggestion when this came forward in the spring. But then it changed, and they started to say, we want to include the geozone. So we started looking into it, or I started looking into it, and I had more questions, and I keep getting more and more questions. And now we're at the point where it's the hard sell, and it really is a hard sell. This is your last best chance, and it isn't your last best chance. This is the first time in a few years that someone's come by with an option, but it isn't the only option. We have the ability to control our own destiny. There are things the county does need to do, as Wes pointed out. We need to have an energy policy. We need to have and take better control and management of how we work with energy. But if you put that in place, it becomes very easy to realize that we have a lot more options than we ever thought we did, a lot more. This isn't the last and best offer. This is only the first offer. And we have the ability to work directly with the NCPA. We have ability to have JPAs on our own. We have the ability to generate revenue and as was mentioned, be a power broker. If this was just about, hey, we just want you as a customer, no strings attached, be a different conversation. But it is about the geozones. It is about being underrepresented, to have, maybe 1.25 or 1.5 of a board seat, even though we might be generating a vast majority of the geozone power. It doesn't seem equitable. The idea that we ask questions and then the answer is that, well, we're willing to discuss that, when in reality, they've already made the decision. I think that's disrespectful. When they say, well, what about the tribes? And it says, well, we'll go talk to them. That's not the message. That's being tone deaf. We as a county can do that the way we want it done. we can bring people to the table that we want to bring to the table, the way we want to be represented. This isn't the only option. I think Sonoma Clean Power started out fine, but then messed up. But thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other public comment on Zoom? Mr. Comstock, if you can unmute, you'll have 3 minutes.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I was a member of the Board of Supervisors when we originally began exploring this. We're 10 years later, and there's an opportunity that I feel is very important for us to exercise. Right now, we do not have a choice. PG&E is our only choice. I personally like to have my lights on, and that power has to be generated somewhere. And we have the geothermal resources. We've been producing an enormous amount of power, which is a great thing. It's been an economic engine for our county for years and years and years. It can continue to be as the geothermal industry continues to expand and improve in what it does. We need to be part of that. And for us to be part of that, I feel we need to have that opportunity to exercise a choice for our consumers, which right now we don't have. Having that choice, which at any time they have the opportunity, any one of us have the opportunity to opt out. So I feel very strongly that this is time for us to exercise this option. I urge you to vote yes on this so that we can explore those options. We can be then part of the development of expanded geothermal in our area where we control that and we're part of it. I fully support this. Is it perfect? Nothing is perfect. This is the best option that we have in front of us at this point, and in the near future, I would really urge you to vote yes to exercise our option to enter into this and to move forward, and thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you. If that happens, we'll be opening it up for consistent back and forths. So next, if we have another. Guest. And then, ma'am, I see you coming up. You can go next. I may allow for maybe another 30 seconds after everyone's finished that hasn't spoke, but.
Okay, this has nothing to do with our rates. Okay, so my name is Roseanne Domingo. I'm from District 3. I was in Washington, D.C. back in June. We were going to fight the big bad bill. I was in a Senate hearing. I was a part of it. And they were talking about the fossil fuels and energies. And I just want to say that from what I heard, I didn't like. So this is for you, EJ, because what I heard is they're coming after tribal lands. Reach out to Senator Padilla because he really stood his ground to protect that. So before you cast any type of decision, please investigate the situation before casting your vote. Thank you.
Thank you. And then there was someone online, right? Okay. Guest. If you can state your name for the record, we'll go with your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Angela Emerald. Just a couple questions or clarifications. On the whereas clauses, it makes no mention of Ordinance 3026, which was adopted by Lake County in 2015. Section 3 of that current ordinance establishes several key implementation requirements for a CCA program. Does this proposed ordinance presented here today supersede, void, or work in conjunction with Ordinance 3026? Regarding tribal engagement, on multiple occasions, when questioned about tribal engagement, Sonoma Clean Power CEO Jeff Cyphers asserted that there is no legal mandate for outreach and criticized state regulations for this gap. Yet the agenda packet for the June 2025 Sonoma Clean Power Board of Directors meeting included a staff report featuring a feasibility study for the Lake County area and detailed an implementation outline. Page 74 of that staff report explicitly outlined implementation phases, specifying that tribal engagement was scheduled to commence in July of 2025 a milestone that was not met. While Mr. Cyphers acknowledges that Lake County is home to 7 federally recognized tribes and emphasized the value of their participation, the failure to adhere to the organization's own plan undermines this recognition. A strong foundation for our future. The county is currently updating its local area plan and general plan, which will serve as our roadmap for the next 25 plus years. One effective way for Lake County to maintain oversight of its resources and demonstrate responsible land stewardship is to implement a robust renewable energy element from the outset. A prime example of this is Sonoma County's renewable energy combining district approach. Establishing a strong foundation, despite a history of high staff turnover at our county level, will help ensure that the county's vision for future development is consistently upheld. I'd also like to point out that on the attachments for District 3, there are letters from 2/3 of the town halls in opposition to Sonoma Clean Power. For these reasons and others, I would respectfully request that the board take a step back and deny Sonoma Clean Power's offer today, or request a 1-year extension of their offer. Thank you for your time consideration.
Any others on Zoom? All right. How many people would want to speak for another 30 seconds? Yeah, I think that's quite a bit. We're going to go ahead and move forward from there, because it'll just continuously spur. I think everybody's got their points across. Let's go ahead and move forward from there. If there's no one else, we're going to go ahead and close public input and bring it back to the board for further discussion. Supervisor Sabatier.
I'll get it started. I guess I think there needs to be a reminder. I feel like there's either some misunderstanding. We invited Sonoma Clean Power in the first place. We went back and asked them to do a feasibility study. I had to look it up because I didn't remember the exact date, but it was in April of 2025. We approved to go back and check in and see what was possible. So to me, I'm not going to disagree that there's certain parts of their presentations that I don't agree with, how it was presented, but they are not coming here as salesmen. They are coming here as invited guests to respond to our requests. And I think we need to be clear on that. I'm also feeling that there's some language of nuance that's being used. There's really no competition between the CCA and PG&E. PG&E is getting out of the generation market itself, almost entirely out of the generation market right now. They're buying contracts to get the energy that they actually provide to you in your distribution lines. Joining a CCA probably makes their life easier, where they don't have to have as many contracts in the long run. So I don't see it as competition. So the idea that it's going to hurt PG&E, I don't see that being true, because they're not losing you as a customer. They're still giving you the electricity to your house. That's their job still. That's not changing. Because I hear a lot of words, I think it was the Chamber of Commerce we received, that provide electricity to us. No, it only generates, it doesn't provide. And I think words matter for the specifics of what we're talking, because it's a complicated subject matter. So right now, last we heard, I guess it probably changes from day to day, month to month. It was down to maybe a 0.5% less than what PG&E as a bill by itself. That was a difference that we were told you would save on your bill. Now, if your bill is $3,000, that's still $15, and let's admit $15 is money we would all love to save and keep in our pocket, so that does matter. I think a choice is amazing. That choice is not the changing of your bill, it's just changing where the generation is coming from. But I will say, I don't feel I have a choice necessarily in front of me. I just have Sonoma Clean Power because we had a relationship from the past. We wanted to ask more questions, and here they are. But I know there's other CCAs. I think today is not a day to say yes or no. Maybe if there's a yes, then we move forward with that, but I don't think there's a no. There is absolutely no way there should be a no. There should be a continued conversation of how else can we continue to find a way to reduce the energy cost overall for our communities. There's other neighboring CCAs that we can have conversations. Some have approached us. We just haven't gone full bore into the conversation. And I would love to open up those conversations. And there's some reasons why I would love to open up some of those conversations. One of them is I can't help, maybe I'm being petty, but I have issues with Sonoma Water. And I feel weird joining a JPA where they are one of the two parties and we are a participant, where on the other side we're dealing with them in a indirect but yet direct way through FERC because they've made a deal with PG&E and we're fighting that situation. So I feel uncomfortable in building that relationship right now. It's bad timing, in my opinion. Again, maybe you can call it petty, but I've dealt with them and I've heard things that creates a little bit of mistrust from my position. And then there's, I mean, we really skipped over item 5.10. In 5.10, we joined a JPA made up of Sutter, Nevada, Yuba, Colusa, Lake, other cities, and we got an equal vote automatically in that JPA. We didn't have to negotiate. We didn't have to fight. We got an equal vote. We're not being offered an equal vote. And so why not ask other CCAs and see what's the offer on the table? Because maybe we do have a better ability to have a voice. The whole geozone to me is a little weird because right now the state governor is really pushing for geothermal. Geothermal is going to happen whether or not we join this geozone or not. I met with a hydrogen group not too long ago. I'm meeting with another geothermal group tomorrow. So, I mean, they're here. They're already knocking on the door. It doesn't require Sonoma County, Sonoma Clean Power, and correct me if I'm wrong, and please do, but Sonoma Clean Power has done a lot of projects. They've probably done projects outside of their membership areas in order to generate electricity. I'm getting a nod. So you don't have to be a member to get their projects in your community, just like we didn't have to have the Maha people be part of a membership to do their project in our community. So I feel like there's a lot of push right now, and I mean, horrible term, but this is a 20-year, if not lifetime, so far for all the folks that have joined them. Nobody's jumped out. Lifetime relationship that we're here to build. To me, it's somewhat of a marriage, and I'm just not willing to jump into a marriage with the first person I lay in bed with. So I would love to open up the discussion and see what else is available, because what I see gives me pause and hesitation. And I appreciate Mr. Cipher for being open for me to be sincere with him throughout our discussions. It's not an issue with Jeff Cipher. It's not an issue with his board. I've stated my issues and my concerns, and I think we do not stop here if the answer is no, because then that's really on us saying we really don't care that people are being hurt by PG&E, and it's going to continue to hurt them because PG&E just put in a new rate increase. So whatever the case might be that they flatline or might decrease your bills till 2027, they already just submitted something to re-increase it. So don't worry, it's going to keep going up, unfortunately. And that's not going to change your bill all that much. You're going to save between what we were shown, between 0.5% to 7%, depending on the year, and 2 years out of 8 so far showing that it actually can be higher than PG&E. And I will say one last thing. I asked a question that said that I'm elected by my constituents to serve for them, and what would the situation be if I advocated or at least advertised that they can opt out if the prices through SCP were higher than PG&E? Because I represent the people that I serve. I don't represent SCP. And I was told, well, that's not, if that's what you want to do, that's probably not the relationship you want to get into. And I appreciate the sincere response. But I'm not here to represent anybody else other than the people that I serve in District 2 and Lake County. And so I feel I need to let them know. I'm not going to force them to switch over. But I feel I need to let them know if a choice we made, that I made them pay more out of their pocket, that I need to let them know that, hey, you have an option right now because it's less expensive if you go back to PG&E. And so all those things, and then a little bit more, but I'll stop right there, leads me right now to I want to expand the conversation and see what we have, because if you do an RFP, you get all the choices. We haven't done an RFP, and we're about to sign on to a 20-plus year commitment without doing an RFP that costs potentially millions of dollars. And so I would like to move in that direction.
Were you next?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, then-
Okay. Where this comes down to Well, first, let me say, I think that everything I've heard and all the discussions I've had out in the community is nobody has an issue with having a choice of another power provider. So where it comes down to is the concern that we've heard, and it's certainly not a large percentage of what I'm hearing when I'm out in the community. I think there's a lot of folks that, expect us to make a decision. They're not going to show up and speak. They're not going to, even if they're in support of it, they're not going to speak. So where it comes down for me is the whole thing with the geozone, the geothermal. And I realize there's concerns in the community, but as my colleague stated a second ago, geothermal is going to happen here no matter what. It is, somebody's going to come here, somebody's going to propose projects, try to put projects in, and with the current state law, we may have nothing to say about it. I mean, there's projects that the state can approve that we have no say in. So if we have a partnership with somebody such as Sonoma Clean Power, who has the expertise for this kind of development, I think that puts us in a better position to drive what geothermal projects we would want in our community. And I certainly don't want to, ruin the rural aspect of Lake County, but we do need to look at some development to move forward and have progress. And I'd rather it be us involved in driving the conversation than somebody coming in and we have nothing to say about where they're going to put a geothermal project, if it's under state purview. And I think that, everything I understand about this geozone is an opportunity, it's a conversation which is going to involve the community once we start, getting into looking at possible projects. There's nothing on the radar right now even that I'm aware of. So that's where I'm at. I'm in support of it because I think having this relationship puts us in a better position where the county has zero capacity on its own to go out and do anything related to these projects or generating our own power at this point in time. So that's where I'm at right now.
All right. Supervisor Owen?
Okay. Okay, so I've been on the board for less than a year now. So I've been doing a lot of research on that's my due diligence, to go ahead and do all the research I can. I still am not at the end of my research. What I have done is over the weekend and prior to, I've spoke with a number of people in the business. I've also watched videos and et cetera, et cetera. For me, I want to look at not doing a possible 2% below or 2% over. I don't feel that's much of an option. If we're going to make a change, I want to do what's really going to affect the lives of our community. So in some of my research, something like NCPA, who I spoke with yesterday, actually, I'm trying to see if there's any opportunity to go that direction. They're going to be looking into that, but there's other options too, not just NCPA. But on average, they pay about 40% less their customers. Now that's something we can get excited about, not 2% over or under. So, and not only that, their wages are prevailing wage. They pay prevailing wage for the people that work up there. They have about 40 employees at NCPA, and 39 of them live in Lake County. So, and they pay well. My family is retired from there, my husband, my brother-in-law, my brother. So I did look at them as well. I've contacted Calpine, and I'm contacting others as well. So, but whoever we get, I'm one that's not going to give up. I might get beat, but I'm not going to quit. So looking at Pillsbury, I'm not looking at giving up on that, of course. So I'm talking to anybody that will listen about also adding the hydro. Excuse me. And there's the open and closed loop pumping to be able to keep it going year round. And that's something we need to maybe have into our deals. So for me, I don't have enough information yet. Even though I've been researching it, I have not done enough research to make a commitment like this. I'm not saying that this is completely off the table, but what I am saying is I think there's a better deal out there, and I'm going to look for it. Is it more work? Heck yeah, it takes a lot of time, and it's a lot of work. But good things do take a lot of work. So that's my responsibility, is to find out what is the best for our county and our constituents. And right now, I don't feel that this is in our best interest to get tied up, to sign the 20-year contract. And it's 20 years, mind you, from the time we decide we want out. So I don't want to hinder what else might be on the horizon. Am I for power? Absolutely. My family has all been in the power industry. My dad was retired PG&E. My son currently works for PG&E. My husband was is retired from NCPA, as I said, as well as my brother-in-law and my brother. So I am all about the geozones. I'm all about power. I'm all about hydro. I'm all about saving Lake Pillsbury. So that's where I am looking, to look for a partner that can maybe help us with that. It's my responsibility. I have listened to my constituents. As a matter of fact, I think it was Norman that was up here. I don't know if he's left or if he's still here. And you are one of my constituents, and I'm listening. And you're not the only one. I did ask that Sonoma Clean Power go to the town hall meetings and speak to people. And I thank them very much for doing that. I actually spoke with, I'm sorry, your name, Jeff? Yeah. This weekend as well. And let him know where I stood. It's no secret where I stand. I have talked to constituents. I've had a few constituents that were for going that direction. They want an option. I've had others that were opposed to it. I spoke with people in Sonoma that have Sonoma Clean Power that said that they're actually more expensive than PG&E. So I'm just not willing to do the commitment with the long-term contracts if I'm not sure that we're getting the best deal that we can possibly get. So that's where I stand right now.
Supervisor Pyska?
I'm really glad that we heard from so many past supervisors, because this is a conversation that predates all of us on this board. We also, for the public's awareness, heard from past supervisor Ed Roby. This work has been in progress for a long time, well over a decade. So for some people that are just kind of tuning in or didn't know this work has been going on for a long time, it does seem new and it could seem rushed, but it's not. And years ago, when Sonoma Clean Power came and asked us to join the geozones, this is exactly what we asked for. We asked for service to be provided here, and we asked for a seat on the board. And this, and then coming back this spring to do the feasibility analysis, again, was an invitation from the asset we made before. I think that, the conversations with PG&E, Supervisor Spontier, you nailed it. They are going to stay in distribution. And I think the difference with the city of Healdsburg and NCPA is that we're always going to have to pay PG&E distribution. And that's why our overall savings would be so low, is because the distribution side is very high. And that is what the new increase is being requested for PG&E, is to increase distribution, because there's a lot of potential revenue to be gained by undergrounding, by vegetation management. I just found out there's a new massive tree cutting operation happening in my district yesterday. So PG&E is going to be very well funded for a long time on the distribution side. So I don't think we need to worry about that, but that's always going to be an issue if we look at other CCAs, and if, you know, we looked at a company like NCPA, who is going to manage the distribution? The infrastructure is already in place for PG&E, so they're always going to be our partner. But having the choice and the potential for lowered cost year to year. This year there was a lower rate. Next year it doesn't look like it's going to be quite so low. But year to year there's the potential for that, and our constituents would have that choice. We heard our legislative update, and we heard about the costs, the daily costs for our residents going up. Food is more expensive, resources are thin. I don't know if you all know this, but the FAIR plan is asking for rate increases, which in my zip code, 95426, they're asking for a 43% increase on the FAIR plan. And all of our zip codes are going to see very significant increases. And so we look at all these compounding costs for our residents. It is crushing, and it will continue to crush. And so if we were to join this, maybe the first year or two, it's not a significant saving. Maybe it is if we are able to produce more energy here. And that is what this geozone opportunity is. It's looking at opportunities. We could, I mean, right now, there could be a developer walking right up to the window upstairs, bringing an application in to develop something without our input. We have the geozone, we have input on that. And we also have final say. It's still going to go through our land use authority and permitting. So, you know, this is a really good deal. It's not a perfect deal, I will grant you that. But we have been working on this. The collective, we, all of us that have been sitting on this dais for over a decade, have been working towards this goal. And, I mean, we could say, we could kick it down the road and say, maybe we'll get a better deal, but maybe we won't. This is the deal that we've been working on for a really long time. I think we just need to make this decision and move forward.
Just want to say I appreciate you guys putting me in the position to have to be the one to make. Let's just be open here, right? Yeah, it's so I like that you mentioned the 3 supervisors supporting it. I think that speaks volumes. I also have 3 town halls. Although I know 2 letters came from the town halls, I'm pretty sure that, I don't know, Jeff, did we meet with Central Region Town Hall, Lucerne? Yes, we met with them as well. I know that there's been some struggle with their meetings because they meet on a Monday. It usually falls on a holiday, so I can't say that they would support it or not support it. But in talking with folks, I've had, you know, mixed discussion there. So still, town halls are put in place for my district so that I can get a feel as to how people and how folks at those town halls decide. Of course, not everyone goes to those. I heard that loud and clear from different supervisors and also other folks that I've talked to. With Potter Valley project, I know we discussed that in the evening special meeting town hall, and I did appreciate Jeff and the group saying that they would look into that with our lead, of course. I think what scares me about that is, I think you mentioned Sonoma Water. Not that we've had the best relationship with them. I think there's times we've worked okay with them, but most of the time it's been, we haven't really had a voice. So I'll just leave that there. And I know that, as Supervisor Sabatier said, there's a connection. Tribal engagement. Now, I did notice on the 25th that there was, or in one of the meetings, that July 25th, it was stated that there would be some procurement to work with tribes. Now, when you talk about Lake Sonoma and Mendocino County, you're talking about 21 different tribes, and right now there already is, I want to say, 13 seats in place, intact for Sonoma Clean Power, at about 13. And then with us, potentially 14 and a half. Or is that how it
I
looks?
think it's 11, it would be 13 seats, so one for
Okay.
the cities, one for the county.
Okay, and so, so the cities would get one, but now that Clear Lake's not intact, that would be a half seat? I mean, please come up and help me with that,
Didn't
because,
even think about that.
Of course, it'll be my board who decides, but I will recommend a full seat. I don't think there's anything like a half seat in government, so
And do-
I will certainly recommend a full seat for Lake Board.
do the cities have a full seat, or as of now? Just
One more time, I'm sorry.
the cities currently in the JPA, they have a seat.
So when we founded, began, we had no intention of expansion. It was Sonoma County serving Sonoma County. And so one seat was set up for each municipality in Sonoma County. So each of the cities and one for the county. Everyone gets one seat. That was an arrangement designed to solve a problem between our smallest city and our biggest city, feeling like they needed to work out how that power flow worked, and the smaller cities didn't want to get run over. When Lake County asked us for service in 2015, it was the first time we ever thought about expansion and including other regions. So that's when we had to create a policy for any new region. And we shifted toward representation that's proportional to the population. So when we went to Mendocino County, we added 2 seats for Mendocino because that was proportional to their population, and offered 2 seats to Lake County for the same reason. So, so that's where that came from.
Okay, thank you. Which kind of brings me to my concern too about basically 21 different tribes possibly being a part of it. I know there's some that are landless, but they're also sovereign governments the same way that a municipality is their own government as well. So I don't know how that looks, but what I do know is another thing is that Sonoma Clean Power has, they've been supporting and sponsoring AB 531 and other legislation that goes through the state. I see this also as like working with us to try and allow us, as we've requested, of course, for the past 10-something years. It's like a roulette bet. They're putting together working with the bills to try to get those passed, but also we could possibly be a part of their group. And I don't mean that in a negative way. I'm saying that any business or entity would basically bet on the number 21 and then put red just in case they hit both, either or. That's just what happens. That's just the way life is. So I highlight these things because there's a statement in one of the slides for local control where it says Sonoma Clean Power would allow Lake County to use local geothermal energy produced here and have a stronger voice over what the new resources are built. And to me, it's also one of those things though where in one instance they are pushing for for these bills to pass, which overrides local authority, but on the other hand telling us that they wouldn't do that. So it's one of those things that kind of make me wonder. But at the same time, we're threatened with it regardless. It's going to happen. That's just where the legislation is as of now. I do appreciate one of the statements made by one of the gentlemen that spoke was, what have we done in the past 20 years? Mm-hmm. I look at that, and I also look at the statements made by other folks that say, what can we do together? How can we do this together? So to me, I'm looking at that in a way, I just don't see who's going to do that. I know we can put something together, but in the meantime, while we're putting that together, what happens while these other groups have the opportunity through state legislation to move forward? So, although, I do like the idea of if there was possible, and I don't know if Sonoma Clean Power is willing, to give us more time to explore or look at how some of this legislation pushes through, looking at how there can be engagement with the tribes. And I think that's really what pushes me into the position. And I know it's not necessarily your fault. I think that's where it makes it difficult for me to decide, because they're sovereign tribes. And I understand we make the decision, has to wait till after we make a decision so you can engage them. But there was already a plan in place to engage them before we had this discussion. So I don't know if kicking the can down the road puts you in a position to where, okay, you've had your opportunity, we're done, or if it gives us the opportunity to readdress it and see how some of this goes and you know, look further into this. I don't know, can that be answered, or?
Yeah, I'll take that one. I think it's never a shut door. I'll say our CEO's come up here 18 times now in the last few months to visit with your community and to try and educate you and answer your questions. And I think that demonstrates a level of good faith that I'm hoping, results in a decision today, because those are hours of trips that he's making up here. He's our highest priced person at the organization. He's our leader, and we need him focused on the work too. And so again, the door's not closed, but we don't want to, be strung on. We've put a lot of effort into this, and I don't want to sugarcoat it. That it does matter to get some closure on it, and I don't want to be spending another year going through and having multiple staff coming over the hill and going over the hill while you're exploring things with other organizations and things like that. If you want to do that, do that. But this is, sometimes we've got to make decisions. That's why you get paid the big bucks. Thank you.
All right, thank you for that. That concerns me a little bit, because either way we'll be engaged. Even if we, if we do make the decision, you're still going to be engaged in ensuring people come over here. Well, I guess we're at a point where we just need to take a vote, right?
Mhm.
Just go ahead and vote, because I'm
Well-
just gonna. Go ahead.
I mean, I think this is something that we need to be sure of. And if you're not sure, we can wait a year.
I mean, it's the tribal engagement for me,
Right.
and then some of this legislation, that's very important to me. And I feel like if I make this choice and this goes sour, as a Native American, I've basically made the decision to disenfranchise even further, if that's the case,
Right.
so.
So by not taking a vote, we can just ask them to come back. And I know that's not what you want to do, but if we want to do it the right way, where the majority of this board feels comfortable moving forward, I think there were some missteps over this last year, and you can have that opportunity to make it right.
Supervisor Vice Chair.
Based on what I'm hearing at this point, I would be in favor of not taking a vote.
Supervisor Sabatier?
I know that admin has related to me that there has been contact with other CCAs and others of the kind, and I would like to explore so that we have a choice rather than just looking at one and understanding in great depth what that one can offer without recognizing what are the other offers that could be out there. And so I would like to support at least engaging with anyone else that can offer similar services, so that when we come back, we say, look, we compared everything. We've done our due diligence to not just look at you, but look at everyone else. And here's why we're making a decision.
Supervisor Heiska?
But knowing that each time we push this off, we lose another year. So I would really like to be able to make a decision this time next year, if possible. Because that would put us into another year.
27.
No, 28.
28.
28. So I think there's time, a little bit of time.
Awesome.
So that's my recommendation. We just wait, but remain urgent.
Supervisor Owen?
For me, I'd like to, I'm not saying that it needs to be a hard no, but I do feel that it may take more than a year to do all the, to do our due diligence in the research It may take longer than that, so I don't want a hard line in a year I think we need to take a little time and we need to research the other avenues and see what is possible and what is out there. And I feel strongly about it. Because if we can save 40% on our bills, that is something worth getting on board with. And I don't know that we can, but we need to research it. So,
I think out of respect for one of the things stated by the chair, I mean, is 6 months too short? Is that is that?
6 months?
I don't think we need to commit to a timeline. I just want to commit that we are seriously looking at this. We don't put it on the back burner. We move quickly if we want to. If you want to put out an RFP or look at the other options, that's what I'm saying. Let's just not kick it so far down the road that we're not working on it constantly. I really want to be keeping the conversation on the front burner, not putting a hard deadline on next year, though I would like to be able to make a decision so that we could have this on our close horizon.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm tying it still to what may or may not happen at Pillsbury, and I'm an optimist. And I want to see what we could do, and I want to see what options are out there. And like I said, as long as it's not a hard line, kicking it down the road, and absolutely work on it, we need to. But an option, just to have a choice on whether we pay $1,000 or $990 a month is not really an option. And we need to look at bottom lines for our constituents.
Vice Chair?
I was just going to reiterate that, yeah, what's been said, that if we're not going to take action today, let's make a commitment to keep working on it.
I think we have
without delay.
Yep.
I think we have a consensus to do that. Supervisor Sabatier?
And maybe make a request for staff to come back with what's the plan, who have reached out to them, what support they need, just to get an understanding of what that timeline might look like, what the actions might look like. That way we don't just wait for staff to just come back when they're done. I think having a conversation about what the plan is, I think would be helpful.
Like a framework of what we might be able to do.
Yeah, it doesn't need to be in great deep dive,
no.
but just.
I'd be in favor of that.
Yeah. And appreciate all the work that's been put in, because I know that Ben and Matthew and who knows how many number of others have communicated with SCP throughout this time. Greatly appreciated, and probably not the outcome you're looking for all the work that happened.
Lloyd, did you have anything to add, just in case? I just wanted to make sure.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So that can be provided in terms of direction to staff. I believe there's already consensus, just to confirm with your board.
Right.
As far as staff coming back to your board with an update or some plan, that would primarily be on staff's end to come back to your board at a later time with, that's going to be part of your direction too. That can be given to staff.
All right, I think we have that direction. Matthew, you think?
And I do have just one further comment, and that's that some of the urgency was driven by the fact that the power charge and difference adjustments, which is an exit fee, those conditions are favorable right now. And I know that all of you sitting on the board understand that. I just wanted to say that out loud, that some of that urgency is not being driven as a sales tactic. It's by the actual regulatory conditions right now that were favorable this time, were not at previous junctures. So just wanted to say that out loud, and we appreciate your board's decision-making and considering all factors.
Thank you.
All right, so with that, I think we have the consensus here to give direction, and then also to not take a vote as of now, so that the door is still open and there's opportunities, and it's not a hard no, but it's not a hard yes either, just as of now. So with that, we'll go ahead and close this portion of the agenda and take a
Sure, Mr.
10-minute
Chair,
break.
hang on.
Yes, Jeff.
Just very briefly, I wanted to thank you for the clarity. This is good for us to have this feedback, because we don't want an unwilling partner. This doesn't work unless we're all pulling in the same direction. And this is hard work. And it requires community support. And so my ask is, if you want us to come back, so this is our third time, each time it's a few hundred hours of staff time, it's tens of thousands of dollars of our ratepayer money. We don't ask you to pay for that. Please come to us. I think we need to have you visit us and build trust in our community. We haven't tried that. And I think when we're out in the community, if we do this again, I only want to do it at your side. I think we're always and forever going to be the outsider. And I think if we're viewed as an implementer and not a salesperson, and we're doing your work that you want, then the community will receive us in a very different way. So thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Jeff.
I just want to add one more comment, since we're giving staff direction. Because I think so much of the confusion is around the geozone and what that means for us and our decision-making and, you know, for community input. And so it was brought up that we're working on our housing implementation plan, we're working on our economic development plan. It would be nice for us, and I don't want to put one more plan on your plate, but at least some kind of outline of what it would look like for us to have a energy policy, what we're looking for, and to help us make decisions so that when we have this conversation again, it is less mysterious for everybody.
Thank you for that.
Thank you.
All right. With that, we'll close this portion of the agenda, and we'll take a 10-minute break, come back at 11:30.
Shouldn't have brought it in.
This is the one you want to do.
I'll take care of that for you.
We're next on that one anyway. So we're on, so we'll move on to our 6.6 presentation by the Lake Area Planning Council on the wildfire preparedness and evacuation plan.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I'll quickly open that up. We're going to hear today from Faith Newton, who is working with our Lake Area Planning Council, and she's going to give us a presentation on this wildfire preparedness and evacuation plan. And Faith, if you have okay, we already had it, so turn it over to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and thank you, Board, for the opportunity to present to you this morning. As mentioned, my name is Faith Newton. I work with a company called the Resiliency Initiative, and we were hired by Lake Area Planning Council to create the Lake County Wildfire Preparedness and Evacuation Plan. And it's my privilege to provide you an update on that project as we are wrapping it up for you today. So overall, our purpose and objective was to create this wildfire evacuation and preparedness plan, looking at identifying and mitigating risk, specifically around wildfires, looking at evacuation routes, communication procedures, and overall coordination protocol for the entirety of Lake County. We did this with advice and guidance through a technical advisory group throughout the entirety of this project, working with key stakeholders in the response mechanism, as well as community engagement and involvement. The base and foundation for this evacuation plan is the hazard profile of wildfire risk for Lake County. We also matched this profile and overall risk update to the Lake County Hazard Mitigation Plan, which you actually will see a presentation on later today as well. So making sure that we're planning and aligning our planning procedures for the county with consistent data across our planning assumptions. First and foremost, we created a preparedness memo as we took this information in and understood Lake County and the jurisdictions we were planning for, the communities we were planning for, and created this memo. This memo is available on the Lake APC website. Within it, we took a look at the demographics, again, to understand the county, make sure we're looking at our vulnerable populations, where they exist, and overall the communities within Lake County. We took a look from different data sources to understand the demographics, how that breaks down, looking at, again, not only the hazards and that risk index at a county level, but as individual communities and jurisdictions within the county. We also did a survey, which is where some of our data comes from, to pull from community members and community leaders, and making sure we have that true data understanding, not just data points that are found in our report. As I mentioned, the survey, this was presented out to the community at the end of 2024. As we've been working on this for quite some time, we had 243 different respondents who provided us input, again, to really understand the community we were working with, not just a number and a data point on the screen. Those survey results in their entirety are an annex to our memo, also again available on the Lake APC website. And then that was incorporated into our overall recommendations that were presented with that memo of how we can maybe continue to improve the elements of evacuation planning and education and overall preparedness around wildfire evacuation in Lake County. Today, I want to give you a high-level overview of those recommendations. We had three major buckets that we looped those into, and it was emergency communications, trainings, exercises, and drills, and overall network improvements. You can see on the screen, and if you look at the entirety of that memo with the recommendations, we have kind of specific recommendations outlined. Those are also looking at potential projects that could happen for Lake County. There's also recommendations of potential grants that could support those, and the need for those based on our assessment, again, pulling from all of the data that we worked through and the input from the community in the survey. Ultimately, our project was aiming towards the Lake County evacuation plan. We've had this plan out for final comment and final draft with our technical advisory group. It's been available on the Lake APC website, and want to present kind of the high level components of this plan to you all today. Our plan structure is consistent with the Lake County Emergency Operations Plan, as it is not here to replace existing processes and protocols. This is an addition and an elevation, if you will, to the evacuation process. It is looking at that coordination and communication primarily from a response mechanism and the response agencies across Lake County and multi-jurisdictions. This really dives into different strategies and potentials. As we know, wildfires are not consistent. They can come from any direction and start at any location. And so therefore, evacuation has to be available to move within a framework. And this is a documented framework for Lake County to work through. Throughout this planning process and with the guidance of our technical advisory group, we do have key definitions that are consistent across our plan, the organizations and jurisdictions involved in a response, as well as those outside of Lake County. So when we look at California assets from Cal Office of Emergency Services, California Fire, and other municipal mutual aid partners that would be involved in a response. So defining those for an evacuation order, a warning, and when an order has lifted. So that way we're all working on the same language to understand that that order is that lawful decree to leave the area. The warning is the potential for the threat, with the order lifted being that formal evacuation order being removed from that area. Additionally, we talked through definitions and agreed upon the hard closure, soft closure, and a resident-only closure. This is typically looking at when you've had an evacuation and you're returning back to that area of the community and making sure that the right people and the right groups are getting back into an area and making sure we get, as in a hard closure, fire and law enforcement back in to make sure that that area is secure. Soft closure, we're getting critical infrastructure and utilities, residents only, making sure, again, we're working with the community to keep that consistent, not having anyone and everyone coming back after that disruption to the community and that evacuation. Additionally, this plan is built off of what is called Unified Command. Again, this is consistent with Lake County Office of Emergency Services and the Emergency Operations Plan. So every disaster starts local, which is why that this is based off of this, working between Lake County, Clear Lake, and Lakeport as your unified cities, and the unincorporated Lake County. So we have the jurisdictions coming together to make those common decisions around evacuations, looking at the authorities that are in place between the sheriff's office and local law enforcement in the cities. Overall, it is written for the operational area. That is more of a response technical term that is essentially referring to Lake County as a jurisdiction and all things within the county borders. And then that opens it up to support with mutual aid to other counties, state organizations and agencies, as well as federal organizations and agencies. Throughout this document and the plan, we went through and worked with our technical advisory group and these organizations to understand what those response actions are, and looking through the different lead agencies, support agencies, and identifying those key activations and elements that are required for an evacuation procedure before, during, and also the return after an evacuation. Additionally, we worked through different evacuation strategies, such as intersection traffic control coordination, phased evacuations, use of barriers, designated markers, high-low sirens. All of them have pros and cons and have different elements of when and how they can be implemented throughout an evacuation. And this plan details those in order to make those decisions quickly for those responders in the moment of an evacuation. Other considerations that we go into with this plan are evacuations of the schools, working closely with the different school districts to understand their process and procedures and make sure that is coordinated into this. Individuals with disabilities and other access and functional needs, making sure we have considerations for those members of our community and we're talking through the different resources that are available or would quickly need to be requested in an evacuation, as well as evacuation for animals, including small animals that are part of your personal family that you're evacuating with, to large animals and livestock, working with the agricultural pass and how that is a part of the evacuation process when it comes to large animals in the county. Other components that come tied in directly to an evacuation is the agreement on a temporary evacuation point. So this is when you are getting individuals out of the immediate area to what we call that TEP, temporary evacuation point. That point is not necessarily, it is not, as you can see in the definition, a shelter. It is getting them out immediately and then getting them to another resource area, which would be a shelter most likely, or other resource centers or resources available to them to get out of the area and then have what we call wraparound services, food, water, shelter for that. So having those agreed upon language and terminology helps us have a conversation in the moment to understand where resources are going and who's responsible for those services at each location. As we get through the plan, we also have a quick action checklist. As you can imagine, there is a lot of components that go into evacuation planning and that response. So this response document is technical, it is large, and so how do we do that very quickly? We have this checklist for those responders to be able to essentially grab and go as a good reminder. And then we have evacuation maps that were created as part of this project. One note with evacuation maps, I'll come back to those in a second, is also, as we've mentioned, wildfires can move from any location in all directions. And so it is not, if you think like hurricane or tsunami type of evacuation where it's always pointed in one direction, these are proposed evacuation routes recommended because you might need to go north one time and south the next. And so identifying with that flexibility, but creating awareness to those routes and movements that are potential for an evacuation. Additionally, we work through components that could come to an evacuation around additional contingent routes that need to be created or identified in a specific evacuation, alternative fuels, and what would that potentially look like to make sure we have the ability to continue to move and flow traffic and people out of the area. As well, in the world of emergency management, we like a lot of acronyms, and so trying to simplify this document but also keep it aware to all those who are taking a look at it. The other piece of this plan and part of this project was preparedness. And so how do we continue to make sure the community and those who are in Lake County know what to do in an evacuation? There are three main pieces that we worked through as a part of this plan, but also communicated throughout our different presentations with public outreach and public meetings that we've had throughout the course of this project to know your zone, make a plan, be informed. So today I will go through that very high level, but I do encourage each of you who are there today and participating and seeing this information, please make sure you're also doing this because that's what makes this plan effective. Know your zone. Lake County uses Genesis Protect and has actually done a very good job of how they have outlined their evacuation zones because there is logic to the naming of these. Each zone has a 3-letter indicator. It's going to give you an idea of where you're at to local communities, and then the numbering starts essentially at the north part of the county and works its way south. So even if you didn't know what MNF evacuation zone number 24 is, it should give you an idea that that's in the Mendocino National Forest towards the northern part of the county. You can find your zone by going to the Lake County Sheriff's website, the Office of Emergency Services, or going to genesisprotect.com and typing in your address or your location. The Genesis Protect gives you information when there is a fire, so it can show you the radius of the fire, the percentage contained, if there's any specific information to that fire, and also tied to the zones, if there are any zones. Please note this is not an active fire. This was taken from August of this year. It also is going to give you any closures. So at the time this was taken, Mesa Drive was closed, and so if you were in this area trying to get out, this gives you information to be able to move outside of that zone and move through this with knowledge ahead of time, coming to a closure. Ultimately, each individual is responsible for making their own plan and understanding their own needs and resources. And so part of that is knowing what those potential evacuation routes are. As I mentioned, we identified potential primary, potential secondary routes through this planning process and through our mapping capability. You can see those at a high level here. And then went through from a community standpoint, looking more at those potential secondary routes.
Just real briefly.
Yeah, I have a question. Can you go, because I was just looking at the map, and I don't think that Butts Canyon is not highlighted as the additional way out of the county, is that right? It's listed as a secondary evacuation route, but it's not highlighted.
Okay. And that was, just to clarify this, Butts Canyon Road?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. I will take note of that.
Okay, thank you. I think it's just
Was there
important to have every single route out of the county highlighted, if it's a secondary or primary route.
Can I say
Yes,
something?
please.
On that issue too, because I was going to bring it up a little bit later, so thank you, Jessica. But I know that at one time I was told, not Socrates, but Western Mine Road was also considered a way out. It's steep, and but if there's no other way out, there's about only 2 miles that is not paved at this moment, but that was not listed either on your list, as well as when you were naming stoplights on the main corridors out, you missed one in Middletown.
Thank you for that. I will go back.
That was at Wardlaw and
confirm those.
Highway 29. That stoplight was missed for manning it to keep traffic flowing.
Thank you so much for that. I will make sure that we get that added to the report.
Thank you.
Go ahead and continue.
Go ahead.
Thank you. We did do our mapping also down to a community level to give those indications, because it is hard to see at an overall county view. And so I know we received some additional feedback on some of the community maps. I will make sure that we review that as well and make sure those are finalized and updated as appropriate. Each of those community maps are attached to the overall evacuation plan.
Yeah, I have a question. Can we go back to that last slide one more?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, so we spent a whole year working on the Soda Bay corridor evacuation plans, and it's very similar to this. But what I don't like is the area of Soda Bay being cut, kind of going in and out of maps. I know it's easy to do rectangles, but that is a really important evacuation route on Soda Bay Road, and it's put in the North Shore map. So I would like to see communities all contained in one map. There's actually a section where it's in 3 maps, and that is a primary evacuation route for that community.
Thank you for that. I'm making a note of that, and we will definitely go back and take a look.
All right. Please continue. And thank you for, looking at it and wanting to update some of the corrections and whatnot. Appreciate you taking care of that feedback.
Absolutely. We want this to work for your community. So I want to make sure we get that accurate. Last section on this was to be informed and making sure that we were highlighting those existing emergency communications and elements that are available to members of the community, specifically like co-alerts and the integration there with emergency messaging, emergency notifications, integrated public alert and warning, or known as IPAWS, emergency alert systems, or EIS. And so using the resources that the county has and promoting those. Additionally, we promoted city resources as well, but really through that unified command, all working together so we have consistent messaging across the county. We also spent a lot of time talking about potential additional communications, and so those go through in the document where we talk about, law enforcement communications, coordinating with Caltrans and the changeable message signs that are on the highway to make sure that we can communicate in key locations to try to limit or reduce, bottlenecks or traffic congestion by getting messages out at key locations throughout the county before someone gets past it and they're not able to turn around or take another alternate route. So we talk through those components as well as reach out to local businesses and talked with Lake Transit and their involvement as well in the transportation and communication around that component. I just want to say thank you for the time to present to you and the ability to work with Lake County on this project. It has been great. We will take definitely your feedback into consideration and review those and work with Lake APC to finalize this plan. But thank you so much for your time today. I will answer any other questions that there are.
Supervisor Sabatier and then Supervisor Owen.
Yeah, thank you for updating this document. Just a couple of questions, Ms. Newton. In the school area, would it be possible to add the population? Because it's vastly different, the level of resources that may be needed on an oncoming fire, especially I'm thinking of the Lower Lake area that has the largest school district with the high school and Lower Lake Elementary right next to each other. Some schools are by themselves. It's just a vastly different thing. Lucerne probably has the smallest school, then you go to Upper Lake and that's completely different. So it would be nice to see the populations to kind of really guide those who are looking through the document and understanding what is going on for those school districts. You mentioned the ag pass, and I appreciate that, but I didn't see where it belongs in the type of closure. So you had the hard closures, the soft closure, but it never speaks about ag pass being able to go through any of those closures. It would be nice to add that in there. I don't know if it's all three. I don't know if the hard closure means no ag pass, but it would be nice to put it in there. And then something just on the side, and maybe it's a horrible request, but to me, there's value in having this work done for wildfire preparation. But also, do you catalog and have a list of roads that have kind of like a one exit only, where it creates, because I mean, I appreciate that you have vulnerable populations. I'm looking for vulnerable geographic locations, where then we can have a list of roads that maybe can help us get grant funding to do secondary evacuation out of those areas. I don't see a list of that. I see only a list of evacuation roads, but not sensitive areas that we may need to pay attention to.
Yes, and if I may, on the one way in, one way out access component, there is a tie and a connection to the safety element of the general plan and the work that's being done to create that component. We've stayed in contact with your consultants who have been working on that to make sure we're looking at that consistently. We also collected that information in our survey and provided that to OES versus necessarily in the plan. I can look at adding that as an attachment if that makes sense for the plan in its entirety.
I would say as long as we have that list, that I think is the best thing. I don't want to put it so many places that it hurts people's ability to get insurance or anything like that. So I just wanted to make sure we had a list.
Thank you.
Helen?
Okay. Well, you've done a lot of work on this, and I'm pretty impressed. You've done a great job, and I want to thank you for that. And I realize it's, you redo it every 4 years. During that 4-year time, could we add or alter it at all? Add to it, or is it the solid document until 4 years from now?
My recommendation would be that this plan, as we turn it back over, will be with Lake Area Planning Council as a product for them. And then should be tied to and connected to the Lake County Emergency Operations Plan as an annex there. And then I would recommend that anytime there is, especially if you occur an evacuation or there's major changes, to do a review and make amendments to those documents as needed in that time frame in between.
Perfect. So it is a living document. It can change.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, perfect. Because I know in the, let me see. I think Middletown has a fire safe council too. I've been to their meetings. I don't know if they're calling them the Anderson Springs, if that's what they're calling the Anderson Springs. So I'll have to check into that. The livestock passes, which I believe are on 13 and 41. We're working on that right now for some more resolutions in that area. So I'm working with OES and the fire departments for that particular issue, especially the the large livestock. So that was primarily why I was asking. Oh, you had mentioned, which was a great idea, being able to, with the vulnerable populations and the people that do not have access to vehicles, if need be, you had mentioned school buses, the use of school buses to get them out. Is that something that the schools are aware of? Do they know about this? Is there agreements? And who would be driving them? Would it be the bus drivers or would it be county personnel? How does that work?
Yes, ma'am. That was in a conversation with the school districts. I know that there is a red flag day program that exists today, where when there is a red flag day, they're pre-staging those buses, utilizing their bus drivers where applicable. You do have to have the right licensing and certification to drive the school bus and work through that. Some of this is intended to be a framework, so that way in those specific moments, they can understand the exact needs and the exact resources available to implement those. So the school bus component is available. If the school is in session, there needs to be an evacuation. They will be obviously evacuating the schools. So there is kind of that balance back and forth between what is occurring in the moment versus what is potentially available and an option and opportunity.
Sure, and then that's kind of, I understood, if school's in session, most of the many of the fires happen during the summer when they're not in session, and I thought that was pretty brilliant. But I was just wondering who would be driving and if there is a list of like routes and if, the school bus drivers are aware of this and basically just, looking to see if this could really actually be implemented.
I'm not 100% sure if there were necessarily identified routes that would be exact, but it would be that conversation with the school district as their availability and to support the request coming from, that operational area to make that recommendation to need it to work through that.
Well, thank you. I think that's it.
I
Thank
know
you.
that they used the school buses for the cache fire because it was very close to the Lower Lake area with the schools, and they were dropping them off in front of Burns Valley. So something was initiated for that one. And
Perfect.
I'm sure there's learning moments from every single time they do that.
Right. Thank you.
And we also used them in the river and ranch fire during the summer.
Very cool.
All right. With that, we'll go ahead and open it up to the public if there's anyone that would like to make comment on this.
Tom Lasik again, just real quick, I support the idea of getting the secondary the secondary evacuations. I'd like to see maybe a progress report, since this report comes out every 4 years. So if you identify vulnerabilities, what changed from the last time to this time? So for example, if you had a map of all the one-way ins, one-way outs here in 2025, if we do this in 2029, how many do we fix? If you have a secondary evacuation route that's not 4290 compliant, how many did we fix in the last 4 years? You have all these plans have been going on for a long time, but I keep seeing the same things on the plans, but not necessarily a roadmap to get them fixed. So I would just suggest getting some sort of status update the next time this comes out, based on what we had before and where we are now and where we plan to be 4 years from now. Thank you.
Can I respond to that really quick?
Yes.
Okay, so I know that one of mine, the Western Mine Road, is not 42 compliant, 4290 compliant. There are sections of the road that are 12 feet wide, and there's a telephone pole there, keeping us from moving it wider. But most of that is paved, and I would like to see within the next 4 years to have that completely paved where it was 42 compliant.
Any other public comment? Any on Zoom? All right, we'll bring it back to the board and close this item, and we appreciate the presentation. We appreciate the getting through this, and I don't know if you have anything.
No, just thank you, Faith.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you all. Have a great day.
All right. So next we have our 6.7, public hearing. Consideration of appeal, PL 25-198 of Planning Commission's approval of major use permit, PL 25-68 for UP 2309, Poverty Flats Ranch, Kurt and Robert Barthel. Location 10535 High Valley Road, Clear Lake Oaks, APN 006-004-22. Appellant Maria Khan and Associates. And we'll go ahead and give, Lloyd, go ahead.
Mr. Chair, if I may,
Yes.
your board may want to take in testimony, like swearing in witnesses who may want to testify on this matter, whether or not the substantive issues would be presented, or if it's going to be continued.
Thank you for that. Carolyn, go ahead.
Anybody, please stand and raise your right hand. You solemnly swear that the testimony you are about to give before this board will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Thank you.
All right, we'll give you the floor.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Crandall, Board of Supervisors, Michelle Iris. I'm a senior planner with the Planning Division. Next to me, I have Max Stockton. He's the main planner on the project, as well as Mary Claybon, another senior planner, joining us. We have received a request for a continuance from the applicant. It was received yesterday afternoon and transmitted to your board, as well as uploaded online. The applicant is available to speak more to that request, but just wanted to put that out there for the board's consideration that there has been a request for continuance due to the large amount of materials submitted last Friday.
All right, go ahead, Vice Chair.
Yeah, I'm in favor of that continuance because before I heard about it, I felt like this was too much to review. And I wouldn't be prepared to hear this item, so definitely in favor of it. Now that we have the documents, we'd have more time to look at it. Thank you.
Supervisor Spatier.
Just for visual, I believe the documents are in the 4 3-inch binders that are sitting on the table. Is that
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
So death by a couple thousand pages.
Supervisor Owen.
Yeah, I concur with that. This was a pretty heavy agenda this week. And so, yeah, I'd appreciate the extra time.
By the way, that meant I support the continuation.
I guess you all feel better if, consider it's in my district, if I agreed, and I do, so.
And if possible, we were looking for a date and time certain.
That's right. And so we have quite a few, let me see here, what do we got? We have 11/18, November 18th, December 9th, or December 16th. And the November 18th would be at 2 p.m., December 9th would be at 1:30, and December 16th would be at 10:30 a.m.
Are we able to confer with the applicant which they would prefer?
Yes, and then also Maria, if you would like to come up and see what dates would work for you as well.
Good morning, I'm Maria Khan, the appellant. First, I want to thank you for hearing my appeal before we even get to it. I was certainly hoping we'd hear it today because I have spent 6 months, it seems like, putting this all together. So, so the dates again were
November 18th, December 9th, and December 16th.
How many weeks out? 6. Okay, I would probably have to do something in December. For me, I book people on my client list 6 weeks out, so trying to juggle my schedule to, conform to a continuance would be a little difficult. So I'm going to say either the 9th or the 16th in December
Yes.
would work for me.
Okay. There's one at 1:30, which is the 9th, and then the other one's at 10:30. just, the other 16th is 10:30, so
Either or.
and then did you need to find out from the other party as
Yeah.
well?
Yes, please.
I would say either of those would work. I just need extra time to make sure my schedule's clear.
All right,
So-
so I'll ask the,
Thank you.
the other party if they, what date would work for them, if they're here.
Hello, Board. I'm Angie Dodd, agent for the applicant with North Point Consulting Group. The 9th would be preferable to us, if that's okay.
All right. If that works for Maria, I think we can conclude and come to, that would be at 1:30. Yeah. All right. Looks like we have an agreement there. Lloyd, is there something else, a formality that I have to meet here? So.
Yes, your board may want to take in public comment just on the issue of the continuance, and if, after public comment, further input from the board with the continuance approval on the date and time certain to be done by motion.
Excellent. I'll open it up for public comment so we can hear anyone that has comment about the continuance. So we're only talking about the continuance, we're not talking about the appeal itself. Sir, come on up.
Yes, hi, Wes Baker, Lower Lake. And I talked earlier, did let you know that I went to law school. I got a Juris Doctorate degree. I'm not a lawyer. I'm not trying to give anybody legal advice. I can't. If you guys need legal advice, there's your county counsel over there. But when I went to law school, I lived in Clear Lake Oaks. And for the whole 4 years that I went, my dream job was to be a prosecutor here in Lower Lake, or in Lake County, work for the county. Attorney, that's what I wanted to do, is I wanted to make sure that maybe a revolving door is kind of closed on crime and work with the sheriffs and the police. And my whole life has been dedicated to abiding by the law, whether it be federal or state. And in your continuance, which is great because hopefully you guys will read some of that stuff, maybe all of it. There is a one letter in there from the United States Department of Interior that mentions that the access into this property at Poverty Flats goes through BLM land. And this letter is from the BLM on their letterhead. It's in there. And I'm just going to read one thing and then I'm done.
I have a point of order that this is not about the continuance at this
Yeah.
moment in time. We're not actually deliberating.
We're talking about the continuance, yeah. So that would be getting into the actual appeal, so let's.
Okay, well, I'm in favor of the continuance. I'm okay with that, but please read that because it mentions criminal. And I don't want to see the county involved in a crime. Again, through the law school, the black and white part of it is that's called a conspiracy.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you. Any other comments? How about, come on up.
Tom Lasik, good afternoon. Yeah, I think a continuance is the right thing to do. It is a lot of material. We want the board to be impartial, neutral, fair, and it's hard to do that if you didn't have time to review all the material. So the process, even if it was, we actually provided it on Thursday, but there were technical difficulties with Granicus, so additional information had to come in later. But all the information was there, and even Thursday is a long time. So we recognize that it's important that you be a neutral, fair, and impartial, and you can't do that if you didn't have a chance to go through the information. It is a lot of information. Without going into the details of the appeal itself, we also want to make sure that the process is fair, and that goes to allowing you time as well. And then one of the reasons it is so big is because there's a lot of information there where the process isn't necessarily where it needs to be. So It is the whole of the project. It is not just a consideration of the property lines. So we do want you to take a look at it and review it with that consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, is there anyone on Zoom? All right, with that, we'll bring it back to the board, and it looks like we have a date and time certain. Do we need to do a motion?
Yeah, we do.
Okay, so,
Mr. Chair, with that, I would make a motion that we continue this public hearing on Appeal PL 25-198 to a date and time certain of December 9th, 2025 at 1:30 PM.
Second.
so I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries 5-0. Thank you on that. We'll move on to our next item. Oops, I was already on that, sorry, 6.8. Yep, got it. Going through the pages, the links, sorry. 6.8, consideration of creation of a work group to discuss co-management of Clear Lake and direction to staff to develop a draft co-management agreement for the consideration of Lake County Board of Supervisors. Supervisor Rasmussen and myself put this one together for the co-management, and I'll let you go ahead and read this.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, fellow board members, what you have in front of you today is a request for direction to our county staff to work on and bring us back a co-management agreement that we can look at to decide at that point if we want to approve it. Just with some background on this, last year, the state of California implemented legislation that asked their Department of Natural Resources to work with tribal governments and develop co-management agreements. So CNRA is actually now already doing that for work that they have with tribes, not only in Lake County, but other counties. And as you know, we also have a lot of work and collaboration going on with our tribal governments here with respect to projects on the lake. The Clear Lake has been our responsibility since 1973 when the state of California delegated that to the county under the purview of our Water Resources Department. And so with this co-management agreement, we're not proposing to give up any county rights or responsibilities or even make it a legally binding agreement at this point in time, but rather have it as a mutual pledge with involved entities, the county, the tribal governments, the state agencies, which are mostly going to be from CNRA, and basically have a pledge and a written agreement on how we're going to work together to manage the resource that is Clear Lake and the other, the whole watershed of Clear Lake, basically. So at this point, that's the request. There were some meetings that happened last year where this was discussed, and city governments were there, county agencies, tribal agencies, agencies of the Department of Natural Resources, and everybody was in agreement that this was the right path because it's so important. You know, Clear Lake is really our crown jewel, and there's a lot of things that goes on with it. We have the fish and wildlife resources. Many people use it as a water resource. It's also important to our economic development. So that's how it came forward, and it's my opinion that we're past due time to have a written agreement like this. With that, I'll turn it over to Chair Crandall for any further comments.
Thank you, Brad, for bringing this forward. I know you came to the TIPO meeting that's held every month and ran through this item as well to talk about. And it is very important. I know that at times we'll work on specific projects, whether it be through any department or every department, and at times there's a difference in how the engagement with the tribe is. So we want to try to get this into a situation where it's a collaborative and consistent engagement with the tribes. And co-management is something that's been brought forward by especially in Sonoma County when it came to the Kashaya and their lands, working with the Sonoma County Board of Supervisors to get their actual ancestral land on the coast. And there was also with Moloch Loic and also the land management of Walker Ridge, Moloch Loic now is what it's called, and so with the Yochadahi tribe. So looking to mirror some of those types of agreements and work collaboratively with our local 7 tribes, of course. Supervisors, go ahead.
And I think our tribal liaison had some brief comments to add.
Yes, go ahead, Terry. Yes.
There we are. Terry Logston, Chief Climate Resiliency Officer and Tribal Liaison. Thank you for considering this item. I received comment this morning from Deputy Secretary of Tribal Affairs, Geneva E.B. Thompson, who's the representative on the Blue Ribbon Committee from CNRA, and she apologized that she couldn't be here. She thought where she would be at 11 o'clock would have internet, and it did not. Thank you to the County of Lake Board of Supervisors for the opportunity to share quick comments on behalf of the California Natural Resources Agency on your agenda item regarding co-management. My name is Geneva E.B. Thompson, and I serve as the California Natural Resources Agency Deputy Secretary for Tribal Affairs and the agency's representative on the Blue Ribbon Committee for the rehabilitation of Clear Lake. I'm sorry I'm not able to join you in person and appreciate the ability to submit these comments for your discussion today. The agency appreciates the many different opportunities to closely coordinate with the county and the California Native American tribes for the restoration of Clear Lake and the protection of the many plant and animal species that we and the environment rely on. As we continue to strengthen our partnerships in this work, we see a lot of value in developing meaningful and durable co-management agreements and relationships with all of the governments tasked with the stewardship of the beautiful watershed of Clear Lake. Formal co-management allows governments to puzzle piece our collective jurisdictions together to ensure coordinated and streamlined timelines, processes, and funding to advance shared priorities. Many state departments are in early conversations with some of the tribes in this region on a co-management relationship, and we warmly welcome the opportunity to closely partner with the county in these conversations as well. Thank you for your consideration in directing staff time to participate in this work. We look forward to future collaboration opportunities. Please do not hesitate to reach out if I can answer any questions. Geneva. And I also, just for your information, to read out, per AB 1284, co-management means a collaborative effort established through an agreement in which 2 or more sovereigns mutually negotiate, define, and allocate amongst themselves the sharing of management functions and responsibilities for a given territory, area, or set of natural resources. So it really is about building a collaboration for the Clear Lake watershed.
Thank you, Terry. Supervisor Sabatier?
Yeah, I don't have any issues with this at all. I think that, especially the last point that Vice Chair Rasmussen mentioned, if our lake is healthy, if our lake is well managed, not only does the ecology do well, but our economy does well with it. And so to me, the more, the eyes are already there, but if the better collaboration can exist, then we're all going to benefit from that. I do have one little problem. It's not a problem, but the list of departments involved, is it possible to start with, I think there needs to be a position for our Chief Climate Resiliency Officer and Tribal Liaison. She's on the list, and I think it's for good reason that she would be there. But Water Resources and County Council I see as a highlight. The rest, I would say, let's create something of substance and share with the rest of the departments, because they're not going to manage the lake. They interact with the lake in some way, shape, or form. And so this is a co-management. This is not something else. And so just because we ask so much from our staff for so many different committees and so many other different things, if it's possible to start with a minimal of those in order to get moving, and obviously with the tribes as well, I'm just speaking specifically about the departments. And then if there's a need for comment from them, then the comments, something could be submitted to them for comments. But I don't know how many meetings this will be, but that's a lot of departments. And just that's my only concern is the list. I don't know if it's necessary, but that's just me.
Go ahead, Vice Chair.
I should have been more clear about that. The reason they're all on there is because they're possible agencies that may need to be consulted, but I think what you stated makes sense, in that, in my mind, it was going to be Water Resources and Tribal Liaison that got this started.
Okay.
So that's really, and there's even other agencies that aren't on here that may need to be consulted, so that's kind of where it's at.
So it would be almost like a community development doing an RFR, where basically here's what we're thinking, please provide some comments and input, and then afterwards coming back with all that comment and input. I'm perfectly fine.
Yeah, they're certainly, they wouldn't be the lead, it'd be the two primary, and then go from there.
All right.
And I'd love to hear from Water Resources Director, who is in the room as well.
Come on up, Dr. Upadhyay.
So, yeah, it's Pawan Upadhyay, Lake County Water Resources Director. I think that's definitely a step in the right direction, and I think probably Water Resources and probably the Terry might be a good point to start with, and then we can include the department as need basis. Yeah,
All right.
thank you.
Okay, so with that, we'll go ahead and open it up for the public. If there's anyone that would like to speak on this, please come on up and all right. Chintama.
Chinta Duename Kori. Good afternoon. Wakshi Aaron Montez Buchike Rabenapoy. I'm an elder from the Rock people called Rabenapo, which people locally call the Mission, a rancheria off of Soda Bay Road. Original territories were at the state park, which we now have a MOU with them, and have regained some access to go and gather from our homelands, and also to visit some of our relatives who are still there in some of the areas that most people don't know. They're buried there. And all of the resources that are there, I go out and I speak to them and I sing to them. And so I'm re-establishing that relationship. That was only, I had to do it secretly before, but because we have an MOU now, I can go and do that in daylight, in evening, or whenever I feel like it. And I appreciate that. The water that we're talking about, there still is issues with that. Back to the very beginning, where the Native people were left off the conversation and at the table when there was an agreement with Yolo County. That is still something that needs to be looked at as far as we're concerned. But until that happens, we're very concerned about the creeks that run into Clear Lake. We're concerned about the shorelines and the different varieties of invasive species that are taking over some of the areas. And we're concerned about the quality of the water. I was talking to my nieces and nephews the other day. I was raised on the Lem about 100 foot from the shore, and my chore was to get up in the morning, every morning, and jump in the lake and go out and find my fish traps, because that's what helped support me, take the fish out and reset my traps. Rain or shine, I had to go out and do that. I was very familiar with my relationship with water. It became part of me. So Kabatin, Big Water, is me. I'm that lake. That lake is related to me. This ground is my mother. And the sky up there, and the sun, and all that I'm related to. But I'm really concerned about how the water coming in and providing for our chai or our hitch, because we've been fighting for that for many years. We have it on the agendas, and it has been looked at. There's still no answers. There was no run this last year, and before that, they were out into the lake at the entrance to a lot of these, according to the fish biologists.
Ron, if we can wrap up.
Okay,
Yeah.
but they didn't come up the lake, up the rivers. And so my main concern is that we as a group consolidate our efforts, our point of view, and our emphasis on the quality of our water for everyone to benefit from, especially my other relatives, the fish, and so on. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right.
Good afternoon. I'm Sarah Ryan, Environmental Director for the Big Valley Band of Pomo Indians. It's hard to follow Ron, but I just want to echo what he said, that there are so many different things that the tribes are paying attention to when it comes to natural resources, and it's because the livelihood of and health of the watershed equals the health of the people. So working together in a co-management relationship makes a lot of sense, because the tribes don't move away from here. They don't, they continue to use the land, the water, the birds, all of it on a very regular basis and need it to be healthy. And so the tribes find funding, and make it happen. They're out there doing observations. There's a lot of information that tribal programs collect right now that could be, even further utilized by the county. And we know that in this age of challenging, budgetary issues, that working together makes a lot of sense. So thank you for that opportunity. And Brad, I'm really glad that you'll be a part of this, because as a district supervisor for where Big Valley is located, I know we have the opportunity to work together on a lot of things for that area. And again, as Ron said, the creeks are really important, and those are where the hitch and the chai start their lives. So we want to make sure there's good water and enough of it, and all, the big picture. So thank you so much, and we support this measure.
Thank you, Sarah. Any other public comment? Any on Zoom? All right. If you can unmute, you'll have 3 minutes.
Good morning, board. Thank you, Chairman Crandall, for allowing me to speak. My name is Kate Schmidt-Hopper. I serve on several boards that help to support the beauty of the County of Clear Lake, though I don't speak as a representative of either the Land Trust or the Resource Conservation District today. I speak as a private citizen. I am proud that we have brought forward this healing minute of supporting a memorandum of understanding and a co-management with our tribal nations in the County of Clear Lake, County of Lake. And thank you so much for bringing this forward. And I'm proud that I am able to speak today to you, and I'm proud of you as supervisors if you vote in support. So please vote yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Kyle, if you can unmute.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, there we go. Good afternoon, Board Samal Webday. Yeah, I'm in favor of this initiative, and just wanted to express some suggestions if they haven't already been considered. But just in emphasizing that there's long-term sustainability and commitment beyond this single agreement, and making sure that whatever we do today, is forward-thinking for future generations to engage and continue to co-manage the lake together. ensuring that tribal sovereignty is respected throughout the process, ensuring that along with county staff that tribal governments and knowledge keepers, integrating tribal ecological knowledge are in a part of the process. I know some of the issues that we've run into before, especially when we're thinking about the general plan, is a lot of times staff will develop these documents without, and then propose them to tribes to consider afterwards. But I think engaging them earlier on in the process, I think, is very important, just to kind of demonstrate and show that we are working collaboratively together as agencies. And also to consider the realities that some tribal people in Lake County aren't affiliated with the Local 7, and so how do we ensure that their voices are heard, as well as spiritual leaders within the community that might not be in official positions to have a voice, to ensure that their perspective and their knowledge as spiritual people is considered throughout this process as well, because we do know as tribal people that our land is connected to our spirituality and our life ways, and so making sure that we broaden our perspectives in doing this work. But I'm glad to hear that this is an issue that's taking place, and it's a great step forward for everyone here, because what's good for tribal people is good for all people. So thank you.
Thank you, Kyle. Any others on Zoom? So we'll go ahead and close public comment, and I'll just make a quick, I think what would probably help with that suggestion is with the Local 7. I think Big Valley obviously has a benefit right there. They have Ron, so he's an elder and he's the TIPO. So, but I think like with other tribes, to ask them to send an elected leader and then an elder, so then that way they have that covered, because then you have that historical knowledge, that empirical knowledge to go along with it, and then you have someone that's a decision maker that can bring it back. So make sure to emphasize that. I like that idea. Supervisor Sabatier.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify, appreciated that Mr. Montez had mentioned the creeks, because if you don't fix the source, we could do all the work that we want on the lake, and it doesn't really solve the solution. It's very temporary. Does this include the source? Because it only speaks specifically to Clear Lake in the memo. I just want to clarify to better understand that this is about, because even Yolo County has, for example, the rights to the lake. They also have rights to the source, which is the creeks. So this would include the bodies of water that dump into the lake.
The intent is the watershed of Clear Lake.
Okay.
So
Okay.
that would include all tributaries running into the lake.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify, because it says management responsibilities for Clear Lake. I
Right.
like the idea, because I think it makes sense to look at the whole. I just wanted to clarify publicly.
My mind was caught up with Yolo County and then how they're also trying to get Rodman Slough once Middle Creek restoration happens, but that's just my mind
Yes.
working.
No, thank you for clarifying that, because that was the intent.
All right. With that, I think we have,
I don't know if we need a motion. I thought it was direction, but is that okay, Lloyd?
And that can be done, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, that can be done by consensus.
all right.
Great.
Yeah,
I
great.
think we have a consensus.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
Thank
Thank you, everyone, for that, and thank you for, if you've come to attend on this, we appreciate it. I also want to make sure that that folks know that there was a tribal leader meeting that Terry had attended with me, and we had talked about this and invited folks to come to it as well, that from the tribes. So, there's that. Yes.
I was just waiting. I just wanted to remind the board that we still have an 11:30, 6.9.
Okay. You can't do that one?
11:30?
Have a safe trip.
Do we want to push through this or hit lunch, or? Oh, they're here, so let's just go through it. Okay, what we can do is we'll do this one, and then we'll take our break from there. Okay. So 6.9, consideration of presentation giving an update on the invasive Mediterranean oak borer in Lake County, and we have. Terry, I'll let you have the floor to introduce it, and then we'll go.
Thank you, yes. Good afternoon, Board, again. Terry Logston, Chief Climate Resiliency Officer and Tribal Liaison. And so today, I have with me representatives from the Clear Lake Environmental Research Center, from CAL FIRE and online from the University of California Cooperative Extension. I hope he's still on, Dr. Mike Jones. And they're here today to give an update on the status of the Mediterranean oak borer and how it's devastating Lake County's oak trees. Sorry to say that. There is a cover memo. While UC has found that it can attack at least 12 species of oaks, it primarily infests 2 species here in the white oak series here in Lake County, Valley and blue oak. And the recurring and ongoing drought can continue to stress trees, particularly older trees, so our large and oldest valley oaks are the most susceptible. And so I understand the lateness of the day, so I'm not going to reread this whole memo. And whom shall I turn it over to first? Julia? Or Kurt? I think turn on make sure the microphone's on.
I am Curtis Ewing with CAL FIRE. I'm an entomologist. We've been doing most of the research, Michael Jones and I, with UCINR. I don't have a lot of new information other than that the rate of spread in California has really been picking up, probably due to the increase in source material. We've now up to at least 9 to 10 counties and probably more. The dispersal is still the same as it's been. It's in the spring. We have determined what triggers the dispersal. It is the temperature of the sapwood when it reaches about 65 degrees, which requires temperatures in the high 60s for 3 or 4 days. One day of 80 degrees can trigger it, and we had dispersal this year as early as February into early June across the state. So it's very unpredictable. We are working on getting additional funding for initiatives to explore disposal of infested wood to try to slow the spread. And Michael Jones and I also have a series of about 300 trees in 6 different plots that we're tracking. This year is the first year we have seen a number of trees that appear to be recovering, so that's encouraging. I don't have the firm data. We were just surveying them yesterday, but at least that's encouraging. We're also right in the middle of working with cooperators on 2 different cooperators at least. Mike can maybe clarify this. There might be a third to run trials for treatments of the trees, chemical treatments. So it's with the companies that do the work. They'll pay for almost all of it. And we also are exploring additional funding through Prop 4 and other sources for other research. And we were going to do additional surveys this year, but the money came through a little late. That was for 5% of the invasive shot hole borer money, but we will be doing surveys in the spring of '26 with that funding. And I'm also here to answer any questions.
All right.
Thank you.
Was there any?
Are you able to show your video from here, or would you like me to show it from here?
It might be easier to show it from here. We have, is the mic on? No idea. Yes. Oh, we have a short video. We have a short video that pretty much is going to act as a visual aid for some of the Mediterranean oak borer that we've been seeing around Lake County. A lot of the symptoms that we've noticed during this time is not just a top-down die-off, but many...
I don't believe it is being shared. Is it being shared on Zoom? If you can share it and then start it over.
There it goes.
Sorry. Looks like we got it.
Thank you.
Sorry to interrupt.
What we've noticed is that there have been a lot of multiple entry points, as well as it doesn't just die from the top down. We've seen large chunks of lower branches dying off. Still, those, what we can see right here at the lower levels, as well as just entire trees just turning brown at once. We've also noticed trees of multiple age classes and sizes, with large mature oaks dying, as well as smaller, thin
younger trees. Yep, these are some of the galleries that we noticed, the black fungus that's being spread by Mediterranean oak borer during its tunneling. Thank you for showing the video. I'm Julia Clickert. I'm a biologist with Clear Lake Environmental Research Center. Do we have the additional photos as well? Let's go one.
Open it up first. Yeah, you were there. At the bottom. Where? At the bottom. Yeah. You got to do it again. I think you got to open it back up because it wasn't shared or it wasn't open before. You got to
Might
kind of
need to
reset.
exit.
If
Yeah,
you hit cancel,
I'm online if you'd like me
hit
to share.
cancel on Zoom, hit the X. Yeah. And then hit share again. It'll review all the screens that you now have open.
Perfect. So this is a map that shows on our dashboard. You can access this at theclerk.org for our Mediterranean oak borer surveying project. It's actually color-coded, so we can see that the cooler blue dots are ones from last year, while those angrier-looking red dots are the current surveys from this year. There's been a large increase. This could be because of Mediterranean oak borer awareness, with more people reporting, as well as we notice a high concentration within residential areas and along main roads. I think that it could be because of transport of woody materials. However, there's also public access to trees, how easily someone could be able to see and then report said trees. This was the second one, so it's fine. Oh my goodness.
That's the one you looked at.
No worries, it's fine. For the point data that we have, it is the data is accessible for our partners, and we're hoping to also be able to spread awareness for filling out the surveys, again on the website, on our projects on theclerk.org. There's also an upcoming training that is being planned for early December for contractors to be able to know how to identify Mediterranean oak borer symptoms, as well as be able to handle the woody material afterwards.
And when is that?
It's early December. I think they're thinking around the week of the 8th.
Sometime the week of the 8th, we're waiting on a venue.
Yeah, it would be an evening time.
And then I just want to share one other thing. If Dr. Jones is online, can you promote him to panelist? Okay, and Dr. Jones, do you have? I see him.
Good afternoon. Yeah, Michael Jones, UC Cooperative Extension, a forest advisor for Lake County. I don't have much to add what Curtis and Clerk have already said. In addition to the arborist or tree care professional workshop that we'll be hosting in December, I'm working with Middletown Rancheria to host a community meeting sometime in late November that will be more about general information and on mob. So yeah, looking forward to working with you all and keeping kind of you appraised. Oh, and we're also developing a work group. So hopefully we can coordinate and distribute the information as we do research and kind of build more capacity around detection and implementation and understanding this pest. So we'll be sure to keep you guys appraised of new findings and as conditions change. So thank you.
Thank you.
I had one bit of information I was trying to share, and apparently I cannot share it from here, but Thanks to the Big Valley Band of Pomo Indians, their EPA department, Sarah Ryan has set up a project on iNaturalist, and that allows anyone in the county who has an iNaturalist account, if you take a picture of an oak tree, no matter what kind it is, and identify it, it will add it to there. The map I was going to show it confirms exactly what Clerk is showing, is high concentrations in the Lakeport area, high concentrations in riparian corridors, so it seems to be, it's all along the lakeshore, all along creeks, which one of the major concerns is as these oak trees die, they're going to become hitch barriers. And so, any other?
Go ahead, please.
Of course. In the end goal for both the survey data, but largely what we're also collecting is that we want to be able to present it as sort of an overwhelming cause, to be able to get grant funding or similar funding to take down the trees and help mitigate mob.
And one of the things that Tracy mentioned to me quite a while ago was that it initially was thought to be elevation limited to about 2,500 feet, but you have found some at or above that?
Ours was at 2,300 that we were trapping at.
And did you have positive results there?
I've seen some wood that definitely has the galleries there.
Okay. Yeah, I suspected it might be higher. In Europe, which is where they are native, the highest was 2,000 feet, but I found it at 2,000 feet without trying very hard on Mount St. Helena, so I suspected that it probably was going higher, so in cooperation with Julie, we initiated trapping above 2,000 feet. So.
Well, it sounds like from the last time that we had a presentation that there's a little more hope, thank you, to find out if they're recovering. Last I heard this summer, there was no chance of recovery. There were no researchers. There really wasn't much funding for any research to go on. So I wanted to let your board know, because your constituents, you're going to hear, particularly for the city of Clear Lake, which has an ordinance where you have to go and prove before you can take an oak tree down. And we've had, several sightings in the city of Clear Lake, and the expense of taking the tree down plus then, that permit might be something the city wants to look at. But the county of Lake, we don't have such an ordinance, but there's a considerable amount of dead and dying oak trees.
All right. Go ahead, Supervisor Owen.
The treatment you had mentioned, were those trees that you're seeing the recovery in, was there a specific treatment that we did?
I don't want to make it seem too hopeful. They're just a small percentage, not treated, but just we've had mild weather for a good 3 or more years now. And it seems like some of these really stressed out trees have probably put on additional sapwood, and so they're able to move more water, able to photosynthesize more efficiently, and they may be just kind of boosting their resistance.
Okay. And is there any type of treatment that we've found or looked into?
There has been, up to this point, there has not been any scientific studies focusing on standard treatments, which usually include injection of an insecticide and a fungicide, because what is really killing the tree is the fungus that you see in that black fungus that you see in those galleries, but that actually spreads throughout the sapwood and clogs the tree. That's what makes it turn brown suddenly. So we have 3 different groups that will be, hopefully next year, we have found at least 2 study sites. We're actively this month and next month working on finding additional study sites. And these companies that either market or market the chemicals or are more focused on injecting trees will be studying different combinations of the chemicals to see if they're effective.
So it wouldn't be anything topical? It would be injected?
There is one that might slow them down that is topical. There was some work on that in the past year. It looks like it doesn't really kill the beetles, but it slows them down.
Okay.
But we don't have any results yet. It'll probably take a number of years to go.
And the spread of it, is that contributed to birds or what?
Firewood primarily. or
Firewood
other
primarily.
movement of wood.
I know we had mentioned, you guys had mentioned that before when that came before us, but I wasn't sure about the, if the birds were also somehow.
No, I don't think birds can spread it. They can fly, but honestly, I think that is a minor, more local kind of spread effect. The big jumps we're seeing into Amador County, El Dorado County, possibly into Sutter County, these are all big jumps of 50 miles or more. So that's almost certainly the movement of wood. The beetles that jumped into Sacramento almost certainly came from Napa County or maybe Lake, but from this area. So it's mostly firewood that they're being spread in.
Okay.
Or other cut wood, green waste.
Thank you.
Supervisor Sabatier?
Yeah, something that popped when I was reading through the memo in preparation for the meeting was the paragraph that says, as of 2024, aerial surveys conducted by United States Forest Service have determined that there were over 69,000 acres of dead conifers, which is not oak trees. So there's 69,000 acres of the oak trees that we've been seeing with the boring beetle or the other, what is it, the bark beetle that's infesting those trees. And then there's potentially 100,000 acres of oaks being affected by the Mediterranean oak borer. So that's a potential of 169,000 acres, or do they overlap a whole lot?
Oh, good question.
Their favorite tree is the valley oak, which is, I would almost think you could just think of it as an alluvial oak. It's only going to grow naturally in sort of these sandy deposits. As soon as you get into any rocky soils, the only host you'll find there would be blue oak, which appears at this point to be not as favored. So that's why you're seeing most of the damage along the creeks and around the shoreline. So certainly in the valley, if they start attacking the blue oaks, that really opens up a lot of acreage to potential attack. Valley oaks, I don't know what the actual potential is. That is one of the things we're writing a grant for. There's someone at UC Davis that writes risk maps that looks at where the hosts are, where the weather is, that favors them, where the elevation is. That's one of the reasons I wanted to work with Julie at this point before we applied for that grant, to determine where the potential spread is. But it's basically almost anywhere there's valley oaks, I would assume that's a place where they could spread to.
Yeah, we've been seeing the movement as we have these discussions, and that very large oak tree on the southwestern edge of Austin Park, that was more than just mob, I think, because there was a pretty large hole in the middle of the entire trunk. But no, it's taking down some pretty large and important trees in our area, but we also don't want them to fall and damage things, and so we got to figure out something.
With the all the stresses from drought, and then especially heat waves on top of the drought, which is really what knocks out the sapwood in these trees, there are many things that will, in that situation, attack the tree. There's other fungi that are known as endophytes. They're basically things that are always in the tree. When the tree dies, they kind of go in and decay it. Those can be activated and become more aggressive. Other beetles can attack under certain circumstances. If you have root disease in the trees this year, especially, not necessarily here as much, but in colder, wetter areas, we're seeing root disease, and then the native ambrosia beetles attacking the trees a lot. So there's a lot of factors affecting these trees right now.
So water your oaks? No, sorry.
That's another experiment we're working on. Just last week, we found a potential site to do that next year. I wanted to do it this year. It was a nice, cool summer. The trees were not stressed out, so we couldn't really do the
I
experiment.
was always told not to do that because they can fall.
You have to be very, very careful. You're more likely to kill the tree than help it if you start watering it.
Yeah.
Supervisor Owen?
Oh, one more thing. When a lot of these trees and stuff are taken to a site and ground up, chipped basically, and then people are going in and getting it, picking up the chips for whether it be for soil, for planting, or whether it be for the, to, improve your soils, for a project, can that also spread the oak mite?
It could. The more coarse it's chipped, the more will survive. At a 3-inch, you will expect a certain percentage to survive, which is standard. If you buried it, then that is a standard way to deal with infested wood. If you can bury it, say at 8 inches, almost guaranteed none are going to escape. If you're sticking it on the surface, yes. If it's the wrong time of year when there's a lot of adult beetles in there, they can, a certain percentage, maybe
Can infest your
up
property.
to 5% maybe would be a guess, but that's another thing we need to look into.
Okay.
But we're looking at similar symptoms with closely related beetles. That's what they found.
Thank you.
And one of the statistics, I don't remember if it was Tracy or whom, but each, particularly a large valley oak, can have over 1 million females in the tree, and they do not need males to reproduce. And so when you get one valley oak in the middle of a valley infected, I mean, it goes exponentially around it.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and open this up to the public if anybody wants to comment on this, this presentation. All right.
Hello, my name is Dimitri Novova. I am the EPA technician for the Scotts Valley Band of Pomo Indians. I am also a tribal member, and I am here to address the Mediterranean oak borer. And on behalf of the tribe, I would like to express deep concern for this issue, and we hope that you guys work towards finding a solution, and we support that. And I just wanted to say that the oaks are very important to us. It is one of our cultural foods. We've been eating it for thousands of years. There's some people that use it for ceremony to fast their system out, and the oaks, like a apartment complex for the environment, or sorry, it's an apartment complex for the wildlife out there, and it's very important to us that our regalias and our birds, sorry, our birds rely on that tree to live, and we honor the birds by making our regalia out of it. And it is a keystone species, so it is like just the first part that kind of keeps the ecosystem together, and it could be a slippery slope. And I just want to protect the oaks, and hopefully someday that my grandchildren can eat acorn mush, and I believe that's all. And if we take care of the land, it'll take care of us. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Dimitri.
Hi, Sarah Ryan, Environmental Director, Big Valley Band of Pomo Indians. I was curious about the active ingredient of the pesticides that are being used. It sounds like maybe there's some trials, but is it imidacloprid? Because I was talking to a local arborist who says he drenches his tree roots with that. So curious about that, because I know there've been studies with sudden oak death and pesticides used to deal with those issues that I know the Kashaya tribe was looking at if there were going to be any impacts to the acorns, because just as the last speaker said, it's a source of food for the people as well as the environment.
Mike, are you still there? I know there was some discussion of also looking at a drench treatment and exactly which chemicals they were going to be testing.
Yeah, Michael Jones, UC Cooperative Extension. We haven't really come up with all the research trials we're going to do yet. I don't think imidacloprid will be one of those. We're primarily going to focus on known chemicals like emamectin benzoate, which is an insecticide, phosphorus acid, which is a fungicide, and then some other products that are kind of targeted for ambrosia beetles and their complexes. And those are chemicals that will be new for potentially treating mob. But we're still developing a lot of the potential chemicals we'll be thinking about testing in this space. A lot of these products have been tested for how well they translocate to different tissues in trees. And we certainly will add an element. I think we've pretty much shown, or research has shown, that that they're not very likely to move into the nuts and the seeds, but we'll add an element of monitoring to determine if there is potential impact to the acorns. That certainly is an important thing to consider. But typically these chemicals mobilize within the woody tissue and they don't spread too much into some of the other parts of the tree. But we're certainly going to be studying that as well when we do these trials.
Thank you. Yes, it sounds like a research authorization permit is probably they'll probably go after that with the Department of Pesticide Regulation, because if you're using a chemical on a new crop or product, you have to have there's a research component to it. So that's probably something that they'll have to go after. So yes, we definitely want to make sure that it doesn't go into the food source. That's so important to the tribes. So we'd like to stay involved in the situation. The other thing I want to point out, or two other things I want to point out. One is that it's not a surprise that the trees are, that the landscape is having so many problems because of so many, decades and, many, many years of not a lot of burning, and the tribal cultural burning that has been a part of insect control. It's now coming back, and as it's coming back, and we also see a lot of fuels management going on throughout the county, we need to make sure that anybody engaged in that is disinfecting their equipment. I'm glad there's going to be a training in December, and I really hope that is incorporated into any management, is that they're not spreading it, because it's very interesting that right after all these big fires, we're having this problem with Mediterranean oak borer. So yeah, just those components. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. And just a quick question, with the like mentioned, the fire and the burning, would that affect the oak borer? It would obviously would kill them, but could they still multiply after that, or? If that makes sense, because what used to take place is when they would do the cultural burn, it would burn the under part of the oak, and that way it would keep it. That's why you had that plume going up of the oak trees back in that time frame. So
yes, Michael and I established 2 pairs of plots in Napa and Sonoma in the footprint of the glass fire, and we established the plots in 2021. And we are monitoring that. There was an increase in activity immediately after the fire. So it was from a low intensity to a moderate intensity. There was no point in establishing plots in high intensity because those trees were burned. The more damage to the bark, the more activity we saw in the first year or two. Last year I did not see, maybe just a couple trees, so it's falling off in the trees that are healing. But it looks like it does not increase the rate of attack very much at all, which is actually different. There's a related species in Europe which is well documented to attack the trees more after fires, but we are not seeing that. And especially if it's low intensity, we didn't really see any increase in attack. It's more in the moderate where you're getting, a third of the cambium burned away, up a few feet to 5 or 6 feet at the base of the tree. Then all sorts of things go in there, probably a dozen or more insects and fungi and things get in there because it's a huge wound.
Thank you.
I had spoken with the EPA department of the La Jolla Band of Luiseño Indians. They are doing a project utilizing cultural burning around oak trees for the shot hole borer. Now, I know it's not the same, and they're still in their preliminary, but there are conversations, particularly among Southern California tribes. And here, I've spoken with all the tribes. As soon as there's a way to do some of that type of testing, I know that our EPA departments would want to.
Thank you. Maria, please come up.
Hi, Maria Khan. Sarah touched on something that I was thinking about with regards to cross-contamination from chainsaws and from equipment, and whether we would have any influence on PG&E when they do their tree trimming and stuff to have them implement or make sure that they clean those blades on those chainsaws because they continually go all over the place. And my neighbor brought it up because they were trimming in our neighborhood, and we're just going from one to the other and didn't seem to have any any sort of a mechanism to keep cross-contamination from happening. So I just wanted to throw that out there. So thank you.
Thank you, Maria. Any other comments? Yep, come on up. Yes.
Good afternoon, Board. Margot Kambara. Just an observation. Well, first, thank you for the presentation and the partially good news, but gosh, it is alarming how quickly mob is spreading. And that brings me to this comment, is that it's spreading so aggressively. And since the oaks are so important to our community and our tribal communities, we should do everything we can to protect the trees and everything we can to keep healthy trees healthy. There is something that is within our power that we can do, and that is to instruct community development in the planning division to be more mindful when reviewing permits that call for the removal of trees, especially healthy oak trees, for discretionary purposes. Thank you.
Thank you.
One thing I'd like to add in on that topic is if you do any kind of development that causes inundation in the spring around the bases of the trees, that is the one thing we are seeing in our plots that does seem to increase the rate of decline and the rate of attack. And this is actually, within the literature, this is well known. Ambrosia beetles are much more likely to kill trees that are overwatered and inundated than in the literature ones that are affected by the drought and the heat. But I believe that the valley oak, because they are basically growing almost within feet of the water table, that they are actually affected by drought as well. But the worst spot is at the in between the Vine Trail and the Calistoga water treatment plant, where there's disturbance on one side from the trail, disturbance on the other side for the berms for the water treatment plant, and that has created sort of a ditch that floods in the spring, and that is the one place where we're seeing the most disturbance. So I'd be very careful in the hydrology around development in valley oaks especially.
All right. Come on up.
I didn't plan to speak on this, but Tom Lasik, I grew up in Thousand Oaks, California. And back in the 60s, when I was just a kid, we actually had an existential crisis. All of our oaks were disappearing, mostly from development. And it was a running joke whether we could even rightfully call ourselves Thousand Oaks anymore. It would be, handful of oaks, California. But it was it was an existential concern, and through education and communication, we got to a point as a community where the oaks became super, super important to our identity, to how we define ourselves. We started naming schools after oak trees, Los Cerritos, Valley Oaks. It became part of our identity, and because of that, the attention and the awareness of the plight of the oaks came to the forefront. And we were, if not the first, one of the first municipalities to pass an oak ordinance. There wasn't an EPA back then. There was nothing like that. And it's still one of the gold standards for an oak ordinance. I bring that forward today because if I was to have a conversation about a hitch 10 years ago, I wouldn't even know what a hitch was. No clue, none whatsoever. But it's part of our identity as a county. And now everybody knows about the hitch, and everybody wants to take care of it. Everybody realizes that it's part of who we are. Mr. Montez, I don't know if he brought up, he's part of, he and the lake are one. And I think that extends beyond, where you're from. If you live in this county long enough, you realize that that's the case. If we bring this issue forward, I hear more about the oak borer beetle in county meetings. I don't hear about it in the community. I think if we start getting additional public awareness to the same level, and I think it deserves the same level as what we do for the hitch, That will go a long way to making people more willing to, as necessary permits and cutting down oaks, being more attentive to that and being more protective and realizing that there is another way forward that brings success. And by the way, the happy ending to Thousand Oaks is after they passed the ordinance. It was quite controversial. It's one of the most thriving, well-planned cities in the country. Constantly issues awards. It's not a development versus Oaks. It was development and Oaks, and you have the most creative areas of design and development in the state. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Julia Carrera, member of the State Blue and Valley Oak Working Group. I would like to speak to citizen scientists in regards to this mob epidemic in Lake County. Just as we did with the hitch, it would be nice to see a training for our community members to identify mob and how to go about reporting the infestation. And I also want to make a comment to the Risk Reduction Authority members on the board. This is an important component to that joint power, and I really hope you start considering it in the Risk Reduction Authority meetings. Thank you.
Any other public comment? Any on Zoom?
Hello again, this is Kate Schmidt-Hopper. This is such an important issue, the mob issue. I am grateful for Clerk for taking such a strong lead on this. I think it's very important for our electeds and our departments heads to consider what processes they can come up with going forward to supply some financial support for people who have small property, but with stands of oak trees on them. I personally live on a blue oak savanna. I'm grateful that I have this land to steward. I have my house here for the last 30 years. And I am very concerned about my oak trees. And I have some funds. I know some people have no funds to selectively remove trees that look distressed or dead or dying so as to preserve the trees that remain healthy. So I would hope that the county or some of the department heads, I know that Clerk moving forward, I'm sure is looking for grant money to be able to not only do the research that they're doing, but to do mitigation. And I think that as proactive as we can be as a county towards allowing the public to resource funds to assist with mitigation will be a huge step forward in protecting our oak trees. Thank you.
Thank you. Guest, if you can unmute, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Angela Amaral. I brought this up a couple years ago when we were talking about the mob, and I wanted to know if any progress had been made on potentially doing an outreach program to encourage visitors to not transport wood, similar to on Highway 20 out east of Spring Valley. There's the Quagga Mussel information sign, and something along those lines that kind of piggybacks off of the don'tmovefirewood.org website. Also, if there's been any progress as far as working together with BLM when they issue the wood cutting permits for them to, I don't know if they're doing it yet, to provide a handout to people with their wood cutting permit so that they know how to identify it and don't move that wood out of BLM land. As someone that borders BLM on the very outskirts, on the edges of the county, we are starting to see mob damage out here. So it's not just near high high traffic roads. It's not populated areas. It is moving out into the more remote areas. And so maybe more outreach to visitors that don't come to our county often, don't understand the severity of it and how to control it might be beneficial. Thank you.
Thank you. Kyle, if you can unmute.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, just I think it's really important, to this is why, we advocate for so much of the land stewardship. Making sure, I think some of the things that there should be is looking at a cultural burn plan, so that cultural burns can take place to reduce some of the foliage and dead limbs that are there, especially during and after the gathering season, looking at how we can burn. I do agree. I think there needs to be more public kind of a campaign to help educate the community on what to identify, what an infested oak might look like and how they can do it. Local, not keeping the wood locally and not taking it out or bringing in new woods, I think is an important thing. And I do think that taking the same approach that we did with the hitch I think is really important in really raising more awareness locally. But I also want to address the possible use of pesticides. I do agree, as many of our families continue to still practice gathering and consumption of acorn, finding a mechanism online to make sure that we know where these group of oaks have been, sprayed, possibly treated with pesticides, or in knowing what those pesticides are, so that we can do our own informed research on being cautious of gathering in certain areas. So just like you guys developed the map identifying the infected trees, I would love to see a map that shows areas that are being treated, and so that the community can be informed on when they do and go and gather, potentially areas to avoid and which oak trees they can gather from. And then just lastly, I think this is so critical why as a community a lot of the trainings that we do within the nonprofit sector here at KNWI is we talk about if you own property that has oaks and they're not being tended to, outreach to local tribes if there are people that are still gathering, because when we're gathering, we're pruning the trees, we're getting the foliage cleared out and making the soil healthy, because the most vulnerable oaks are the ones that are unhealthy. And so trees that are just sitting there, not being used in a traditional way of gathering for consumption, are going to be the ones that get the sickest. So this is why it's so important. Traditional ecological knowledge and traditional gathering practices it's not just like going into the grocery store. We're actually caring for these trees and caring for the environment while we're getting sustenance for consumption. So it goes back to the importance of traditional gathering, not just for our consumption, but we are a part of the important part of the ecology of this environment. And so trees are just sitting there are going to get sick, and this is what's going to exacerbate this issue. So I just wanted to share that, and I appreciate, most importantly, I'm concerned about those pesticides and needing to know where that's going to be when we're gathering. So thank you.
Thank you. Any other? All right, with that, I'll close public comment and bring it back to the board. Supervisor Owen.
As far as the concern about the identifying the trees that have been treated, that could be done by paint, perhaps on those actual trees. Would that work, like some type of paint on, or some way to identify those trees at the base?
Okay, so let me just start from a more basic sort of background. In general, pesticide use and injection is extremely expensive, so it would never be used on a landscape scale. We're usually talking about large oaks, overhanging structures, or in very kind of high use areas. So I share their concern very much with overuse of the pesticides, and in general, their effectiveness is somewhat limited. So I don't anticipate that you're going to have thousands of treated trees. Because you have to do it every year, every 2 years. It's very expensive, thousands of dollars a year usually. I don't think paint would really be good enough because that's not going to really tell people what it is. When you treat something with a pesticide like that, if you really want to know, you're going to have to put a sign on the tree that explains what it is and the dangers.
Supervisor Zavate?
Just as a random follow-up, are these treated trees on private property or public property?
I personally have never treated a tree. The only ones I've seen have all been in people's backyards or front yards.
So at least the property owner would be aware that their tree
Right,
has been
because they're the
treated.
ones that are paying the thousands of dollars a year to
So
treat the
I
tree.
would suspect if somebody is on someone's private property, doing any kind of gathering, that they would have interactions with that property owner, and hopefully that interaction's happening with full disclosure of what's being done on their property.
Right. But, and I don't know what the rules are for post-application in a public space, whether or not it would be a standard kind of, you have to mark it and say, you know, it's a 1 or 2 week quarantine or whatever it would be. I am not familiar with those rules.
Thank you.
Maybe Mike is, but I'm not.
And I appreciate the comment about PG&E and their tools, but I can't even get them to put 2 flaggers to legally actually block a road to cut trees. So asking them to do something to their tools and their implements, I like the idea, but I'm losing hope that they can follow the rules at this moment in time.
And quite often.
That is another area that needs to be researched.
Yes.
How much they spread, because I know with invasive shot hole borer, that fungus doesn't really spread on tools. It seems to somehow need the beetle to inject it into the tree. They're fairly closely related, so there's some chance that, I would say there's some chance you certainly could spread it with the tools, but it may be very low percentage, but we don't know.
Okay. And then quite often PG&E also uses contractors, so that would have to extend to contractors because they use a number of contractors.
Yeah, I know when we first discovered it in Napa, we were trying to work with them quite a bit, and they had over 100 contractors just in Napa Valley.
Yeah.
And that was quite a stumbling block.
Yes.
Yeah.
And how many contractors are in Lake County?
There's only a few, actually, tree contractors that are working for PG&E in Lake County. But I will say that we have been working closely with PG&E on this issue. And anytime those contractors, I live in kind of the big purple blob that you saw on that heat map up there. And anytime I see contractors in my neighborhood, I have flyers, I'm communicating with them. I'm telling them, call your supervisor. I want to make sure you guys all understand what you're dealing with. They know about this issue, and PG&E has been very appreciative of any feedback that they're getting about any spread that's happening along their corridors. I don't know that we have a significant protocol that can be used to minimize the spread from their tools, but they're aware of it. You know, we don't have great answers right now, but we're all communicating and talking about it. One thing I've been working on is actually like creating some kind of marker for neighborhoods that do have a lot of mob in it, so that, you know, speaking to the community awareness component of the discussion, is that then the neighbors all understand that they're in this hot spot, that this is happening, not to move wood, and to make sure, you know, we're actually seeing in some of the neighborhoods that where it's spreading, there are tree contractors who have brought wood home and are cutting it up for firewood, and it's spreading within those communities. So, you know, the first step in February, we presented sort of an action plan, which was to get the word out, train the contractors, work with the community members to get them to report it. If people go to our website at clerk.org, there's a whole page on Mediterranean oak borer. There's more information there. They can look at the maps that we presented today. They can actually report it. Again, trying to emphasize that we want that data collected locally so that we can leverage it for funding. And part of that action plan was to train the contractors, and then if once we have funding, we can contract with those local trained contractors to, and send them to people's homes that can't afford to manage this situation. The reality is if people can't afford to manage those trees, they're going to continue to stand there, and it's just going to continue to spread. The last piece of that is actually figuring out what we're going to do with the woody biomass so that we don't continue to spread it. And there's been a lot of discussions about how to utilize our woody biomass locally. The Risk Reduction Authority just had a great presentation yesterday about what the capacity is for the county to be able to have some innovation around that topic. And hopefully, if all of these pieces align, we'll be able to help slow the spread of this invasive pest and protect our oaks, and in doing so, protect our ecology and our species. You know, like 10,000 species live in a valley oak. So it's going to have a lot of ripple effects in the community economically, but also ecologically. And I'm just grateful to have the opportunity to speak on this subject so that we can increase our awareness throughout the community, and also use the data that we're collecting locally to get funding to support our disadvantaged community.
All right. Right. You have your pen up.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay. There's nothing else. Appreciate this discussion and presentation. Definitely need to do more outreach and whatnot. We'll go ahead and work with you on that, and we'll go from there. Thank you again. Thank you. And so I think we're at a time where we should take a lunch break, right? It's 1:30, so 2:30? 2:30. We'll be back at 2:30. Oh, I know. Well, some of them are being pulled.
That's the problem.
That flyer I sent you from the bass fishing tournament?
Around greenways.
Wait, the one you sent a couple of weeks ago.
Yes, I just off my computer because things disappear. Okay, because I need to send it to Brian. Okay, yeah, no, that's fine. That's perfect. I appreciate it. Okay, good, because I can't find it. It's disappeared. MIA, it's MIA.
Know how that goes.